Hi, everybody. Thank you. Um, my name is Sarah Rosen-Wortel, and I have the great honor and privilege of being the president of the Urban Institute and also of getting to welcome our online audience and everyone here in the room today. First, let me do my housekeeping I'm always required to do. Today's event is being recorded, and the recording will be posted online at urban.org/events. There you will find also the speaker participant bios and presentations from today's event, as well as some of the reports and analyses we'll be talking about today. We also have cart captions enabled, should you choose to use them, and I want to say thank you to the providers who will be available to you on your screen for that. The biographies for today's speakers, as I mentioned, will be on the webpage. And our virtual audience, if you want to submit questions during the the panels later, feel free to use the form that you can find in the chat. Those of you in the room, there is a QR code on each of our tables, and you can use that to submit and be part of the conversation that way. I want to say thank you to our friends at Comcast. You'll hear from Broderick Johnson in a moment, but let me also say thank you to Kate Allison and Alex Williams, who have been our thought partners in this, as well as supporters. And just thank you to the research team at Urban, who have been working on digital access issues. We have Ann Janode. We have Corianne Scally, who is our longtime Urban colleague, who is now with Community Science. We have Maroki Sawo, Lizzie Ferrara, and Cole Campbell. So my appreciation to all of them. So why are we here? Connecting to the internet and using it effectively is important. I think we all almost take its advantages for granted on so many dimensions of our lives and our well-being. But it maybe is, sometimes we don't think about all of the ways that it can help to improve lives. So for example, to ensure good health, to make sure that you have access to stable and quality housing, to ensure good, high-quality education, to provide economic prosperity, and to create human connection. Yet the digital divide, which is the gap between those who have not only affordable access to the internet, but also the skills to use it and the support to effectively engage online versus those who do not, it leaves so many individuals and communities out of all of these things essential to life in America. For this project, Urban developed a comprehensive, evidence-based framework that lays out the essential pathways to greater digital opportunity and inclusion for individuals, families, communities, and society. And today our panelists are going to delve into the benefits specifically in three of the many dimensions. First of all, on economic mobility and how we can make it available to all, health and health care, and then we'll take a specific look at the importance of digital access for rural and tribal communities. Congress promised resources through the BEAD program and the Digital Equity Act so that stakeholders can leverage this framework and the solutions that we're talking about today to narrow that digital divide. And we'll talk today about this concept of full digital inclusion. Corianne is going to preview the framework for all of us in a few moments. But we talk about different levels of access and inclusion. And full digital inclusion is more than just the digital infrastructure that you could conceivably connect to, but it is also the connections, the devices, and it requires the developing the skills and ensuring that the safety protections are in place so that people can use these connections meaningfully and effectively and to gain the benefits that we'll talk about today. Now, some people in society are more affected by the divide than others. We know that people with lower incomes, older adults, people especially who live in more remote and rural areas, populations of color, tribal communities, many people with disabilities, and justice-impacted populations, all of them lack different aspects of this kind of full inclusion. So reducing the digital divide by expanding digital opportunity and inclusion improves outcomes and quality of life, not just for the individuals I just mentioned, but actually makes us as a society work better too. So we are very lucky today to have 4 great segments, actually 5, I think. We're going to start our conversation with a conversation with my dear friend, Broderick Johnson. Broderick, would you please come join us? And then after he and I chat, we'll hear a little bit more about the framework, and then there will be different panels on each of those dimensions of inclusion that I mentioned. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you. Sorry, hydration,
okay.
important to your health.
Oh my goodness, yes, yes.
All righty.
Good morning.
Good morning. So let me introduce Broderick first. He is the Executive Vice President of Public Policy at Comcast and leads their public policy and digital equity teams. He works with government and local partners to connect many Americans as possible to the internet. This is, I can say, because Broderick and I have now known each other for 20, let's just say, nearing 3 decades. This is something he's personally deeply passionate about, and that led him to his current role at Comcast. He has 30 years of experience as a lawyer, a policy advisor, a political strategist. He served in the White House under 2 presidents, the first of which we got to work together. He kept me out of trouble, literally. Nope, don't say that. Nope, don't say that. Here we go. Let me introduce you to the senator's staff. But he helped me get a lot done. And more recently, he worked very closely for President Obama. He's a board member of the Obama Foundation and the Black Economic Council. And he chairs the My Brother's Keeper Alliance Advisory Council. So it is a joy for me to get to do this, my friend. All right. Yeah, I missed the fist bump. Oh, well, sorry. All right.
We didn't do that in the Clinton days.
Yeah,
no, that's more recent.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's start with some historic context
Sure.
for what we're talking about here. These were in the Digital Equity Act and particularly BEAD in the infrastructure bill. These are kind of historic investments. But what led to them and what was the imperative?
Sure. Well, first, Sarah, let me just thank you, my friend, and your incredible team here at the Urban Institute for everything you do, but especially for the opportunity for us to partner on this work, for us to be able to support this incredibly important research on digital opportunities. So thank you very much.
It was our pleasure.
It is great to do this. So it's really important when talking about the digital divide these days to really focus on important distinctions that we need to be clear about, because it affects not only how we talk about it all, but where resources go. Oftentimes, well-intentioned people will talk about, well, there's a real access problem in this country. People don't have access to the internet. And if you're talking about it in terms of deployment, where the networks are, that's not quite true. We have almost ubiquitous infrastructure for broadband in this country. It's like 94% of households in this country have access, have the infrastructure. In urban areas of this country, 98% penetration rate in terms of access, and in rural communities, it's 80%. So we're talking, and when we talk about deployment and we talk about infrastructure and where the BEAD money especially is focused, it's a relatively small number, but I don't want any way to suggest that the importance of serving that other 6% is to be minimized. It's extremely important. And yet we have this then through the BEAD program. Before that, through the ARPA program, we have unbelievable federal investments. You know, we had lots of discussions in the Clinton White House about infrastructure, the need for infrastructure.
First time I heard the phrase digital divide.
Right, and digital divide. Back then, by the way, President Clinton talked about the audacious goal of wiring every classroom in America and having one computer. That was the audacious goal. Imagine that. Today, that audacious goal seems so small because we have achieved a great deal, but we still certainly have the need for infrastructure for deployment, especially in rural America. So let's not minimize that. That's extremely important. But we also have the adoption challenge, and in many respects, the adoption challenge really is the most significant challenge for this country. Because as we found out, for example, through the American Connectivity Program, the ACP, even when broadband is available and it's free, many Americans were not adopting it. And addressing those challenges is a big part of the work that that we've been focused on and that this digital opportunity research of your organization's focused on too.
Well, I just wanted to point out this was from analysis of the distribution of many different types of infrastructure money, but this looks at where the BEAD money went. And it's also important because people tend to think about where that infrastructure dollars are going, and this is essentially the per resident amount of resources, and you'll see that most of the funds went to those rural areas to try to close that last gap that you were talking about
Yes.
access.
Yes.
And this is going to be critically important to our country regardless of politics, right?
Absolutely, yes. So these, you know, it's often said, but not the reality enough, that this is not a partisan issue. The importance of making sure that broadband is deployed and is adopted in rural communities across this country as much as in urban areas makes this a set of issues, priorities that are embraced by Democrats and Republicans, of course, and by the private sector too. So for Comcast, we've been committed to deployment and adoption for a long time. And we've seen certainly big changes through our adoption-oriented products and services. For example, Internet Essentials. 10 million Americans have adopted the internet who weren't doing so before because of affordability and other issues. But yes, you look at this map and the funding is especially important in rural communities across this country.
So I wanted to just mention also another resource you'll find on your website. We held an event back in October here at Urban, and we brought together a number of different state actors and nonprofits talking about how they were leveraging this new funding to try to provide some of these services. We'll hear a little bit more about that later today as well, but that's another resource. So let's talk a little bit more about what we mean by the gap in adoption and this difference that Corianne will talk about later about full inclusion versus where we are. There are people who don't have the infrastructure, but then there are also people who may have the infrastructure, but yet they're not able to subscribe to or sustain for economic or simply capacity issues to the home internet services. And then there are others that even if they have it in their home, they don't necessarily have the skills they need to navigate a digital world and leverage those needs. So how can this sort of combination of infrastructure, adoption, and skills be delivered together to reach more communities?
Again, and this is why data and research is so important to identify where the problems are. So in terms of adoption, look at the barriers. So we have extensively looked at the barriers, and many other organizations, think tanks, but I'm very proud that Comcast as a business is really focused on the research. Important to identify what the barriers are. Some of those barriers are, you know, lack of digital skills, lack of devices. Affordability is an interesting one in that what we found, again, as I mentioned, the ACP program and our Internet Essentials products, we have found that for many people, it's not the reality of unaffordability, it's the perception that they can't afford it, or another barrier being relevance. Like, what difference does it make to my life if I go through the trouble of signing up and I don't necessarily trust government. This isn't me personally. I trust government a great deal. But I understand people who don't. Anyway, I'm not going to get political here, but I'm going to stay away from that. But understandably, people have a distrust for government, distrust for business. You say, well, you're going to get internet access for free if you sign up for ACP. And many folks would often say, well, what's going to happen 6 months from now? Now, unfortunately, for a lot of people, that became a real concern. So all those barriers. So how do you overcome those barriers, right? And it's through outreach programs and partnerships that we've been engaged in, certainly at Comcast, and supporting partnerships with what we call digital navigator organizations, right, all over the country, because we understand that trust and people who work in communities where they are trusted and have the skills and the relevance in their communities is critical to solving that adoption problem. But again, let's always be clear. I'll be like a broken record. There's the access challenges and then the adoption challenges. And let's really focus on the adoption challenges because that's where I think our biggest problems are. And opportunities.
Yeah, and opportunities. And I think that's a critical piece of this. And so we were going to spend a few minutes chatting a little bit about what's at stake here, right? Why does this matter not only for the individual families, but why does this matter for us as a society? And one of the critical terms you and I talked about in the green room was economic mobility.
Yes.
You know, for me, economic mobility is, in essence, the ability to imagine a brighter future for yourself or for your family. And a lot of the work that we'll hear about later today is about the ways in which these kinds of technologies help to sort of support access to the different kinds of technologies. So why don't you chat about that from the company's perspective, and I'll share a little
I'm
bit
going
about
to flip it.
Okay.
This is my chance to ask you a question. Because you do this great work, and when you were in the White House, the work that you did, right, and the economic focus of going back to the Clinton White House was about economic mobility, right? And there was great progress that was made in closing economic divides. So now, in your role here in leading this great organization and your focus on economic mobility, if you just talk about that in the context of digital opportunity and inclusion.
So there is someone who's not at the Urban Institute, but who I think many people in the society know as a researcher named Raj Chetty, who's now at Harvard. And Raj is a fabulous scholar and leads a great team, but most importantly, he is really good at helping take complicated ideas and explaining them simply. And over the last 10 years, we as a society and Urban, with a lot of support from the Gates Foundation and others, have really honed in on the story that he told. And the story that Raj told was about the ways in which access to that brighter future for you and your families is so unevenly distributed in our country. And there are lots of different dimensions from his research and others about different things that deny people access. And so they're not unsurprisingly things that relate to the populations that I described before, having such limited access to digital resources as well. Place is one of the single most important factors in whether or not people get access to upward mobility. The exact same family with the exact same identities and family composition and income living in one place has a very different future possibility than another. And in his very earliest work, one of the things Raj did was he focused on the ways in which social connection and the ability to have access to other people in your very community who then themselves show pathways to opportunity. And there were lots of other factors, and clearly race is a critical aspect as well, but geography is critically important to opportunity. At Urban, we have been trying to then figure out how local communities can gain access to sort of data and pick some markers. How do they want to expand and connect for the populations and to just as you were saying, look at the barriers those people are facing and how do you overcome them? And many of the solutions, the strategies that we work with communities in trying to develop their economic mobility strategies, they all sort of take for granted the idea that you can provide skills to people in classrooms, you can support entrepreneurship, you can to help people to develop access to better, more secure, safe housing that's stable, all of those things that we navigate the world through online, and yet if people don't have not only the infrastructure, but the actual connection and the skills to use it, all of those keys to economic mobility aren't available to them.
Yeah, and so solutions that work best, right, are those that are focused on the needs of, let's say, the local community, whether it's rural, having a different set of challenges, infrastructure challenges, but also the adoption challenges. Why does it matter for a farming community that people are online, for example, in that community? But also looking at different groups. So for veterans, for example, what does it mean for a veteran or military family to be online and to know how to use the internet? Or what does it mean for someone, of course, who's facing health challenges or has family members facing health challenges? Of course, we learned through the pandemic, especially early on, the importance of digital opportunity, we'll call it, people actually being online and understanding how to use it. So different approaches with different communities. Again, not the one-size-fits-all approach that oftentimes doesn't work, rarely works, but it's a very targeted approach community-based, place-based that can make such a difference.
One of the things I learned 25 years ago when I was looking at financial literacy skills is that you can send people to a classroom, but when people learn most powerfully is at the moment when there's something they're seeking at the other end. That's
Sure.
what we call the
Sure.
teachable moment,
Sure.
right? Our Gates work, we came up with a definition of economic mobility, and it was really interesting because the concept was not just economic success. Yes, you want your children to have a higher income, you want them to have more choices in their future. But it's not just economic, it also is this sort of sense of dignity and belonging to something larger.
Sure.
And it's the idea of power and autonomy. And in the digital context, if you think about it, so much of power and autonomy means having the skills and the capabilities to be able to navigate. And similarly, social inclusion in the sense that you have belonging, think about whether it's, I'm learning about the travel that my friends are doing online, or being able to stay in touch with people, or even just knowing that something is happening in my community that might help to enhance my opportunity. Those things are things that most of us are able to access through digital interaction, and we need everybody to have a shot at that.
It's interesting. I get to, as my team knows, and we have these great trips that we take, not where we're like hanging out in beaches and on beaches and stuff, where we're doing incredibly important work, and we get to meet these incredible people who are making such a difference in the world and connecting people and helping people understand the value of being connected, but also the stories they can tell about being connected. Now, I'm not going to tell the Gunsmoke story here, but because my team has heard it a gazillion times, and it still makes me proud every time I talk about it. But I remember meeting a young man who he's probably 25 years old, and he's developed like a digital-based technology that came out of his concern about his grandmother and her Alzheimer's. And he realized that she loved being able to talk about her life in Italy 10 years earlier. And so he came up with this VR program that allowed her to go through the neighborhoods that she went through 10 years earlier. And to my team, we're going to figure out how we can support this young man's efforts. But it's just, as you go to like the importance of social connection and just people having an experience that is digitally based and digital opportunity that changes their lives or enhances their lives. And it goes beyond success, like you said, not just economic success, but also striving to create businesses to become global, for example, and it's just incredible.
Well, it is, you mentioned two ideas that I just want to pull out of there. The first is storytelling, right? How do we tell our own stories? How do we connect people with our stories? So much of what we are experiencing today is sort of a very high level of polarization and stories being told about each other. And yet this is an empowering tool to allow people to tell more of their own story. And if you think that this is a sense that we have at this moment of so much frustration across every different walk of life in America, people are not feeling seen, and they are not feeling that anybody is working hard to make this society work better for them. So it seems to me that kind of closing this gap is kind of an underpinning to most of the strategies that we at Urban work with. So many other philanthropies and social sector institutions. We do career and technical education and try to improve the quality of career pathways and apprenticeships, whether it's we're working in neighborhood-based communities to give people power to be part of land use and zoning changes so that they benefit from the upward increase in value from development in their neighborhoods. All of those kinds of different strategies that people are working on come in part from an aspiration to be seen and have a better life and the ability to connect with others.
Yeah, so Comcast is not your cable company, your broadband company only. It's also a great storytelling company, of course, obviously with NBC Universal. The stories we get to tell that just move people and make you very emotional about the difference you can make is one of the great benefits of being able to work for a company that can tell those stories, because that's what moves people. right? Stories about people they can identify with. You know what was really cool too? Like I get to do the public-private partnership stuff. We'll see, you know, as we go forward, how much of that I continue to be able to do. And I'm certainly, again, these are not partisan issues, so I'm looking forward to continuing to do that. But when Secretary Yellen joined me in Stafford County, Virginia, about 2.5 years ago, just a place that we were helping to expand a network for a rural community. And she was, I think fair to say, kind of blown away by what our engineers had to say about our investments combined with the federal investments in making a difference in that part of the country. So,
Well, I do believe that all the changes that happen in our society happen most effectively when different parts of society. We
Sure.
at Urban like to think that we are good at partnering with philanthropy, with social sector organizations, with private companies, with all the governments at every level to solve problems, to kind of
Right.
use data and evidence. Facts matter to solve these problems. So we, in this work we did, and then we'll move on to the Corianne presenting it, we identified a series of kind of evidence-based things that we knew worked and what was important, and we also drew a kind of line on the things we don't know yet about where the barriers are and the like. So just if you would leave us sort of, what do you think, if we kind of keep our momentum going here, what are you most excited about that we could get done, and what do you still want to know?
Well, again, since we're here where you do so much work around economic mobility, it's great to be able to, from a philanthropic sense, to see how we can, you know, inspire people and the like, but the tangible impact on economic mobility when people get digital skills training, for example, it's important that we be able to measure the effect of that, right? And we've certainly, working with the National Skills Coalition, for example, have gotten a sense of the economic mobility, the power of people being able to develop digital skills in a time when 92% of today's jobs require at least one digital skill, and it'll require more as we go forward. So, but the evidence, the research, so critically important. That's something to just, that's why I'm so greatly impressed and happy about this partnership that we have, because of the research that you were able to bring to this. So the evidence, and then the digital skills training and the people to do that work, and the digital navigators, and measuring what that means for different communities who are the more successful digital navigators, whether it's digital navigators working with veterans or working in, say, healthcare space. So being able to continue to work on that, and again, the research that goes into the impact of all of that. Being able for a company like ours that has been providing low-cost digital products to people for well over 10 years, of course, being able to make sure we can measure the effect of that, and going back to the beginning of this conversation, how we can address the barriers, what the real barriers are. Is this about access, or is this about adoption? And if it's about adoption, which increasingly it is, then what are the barriers and how do we overcome those?
Yeah. Human-centered design, doing what works, those are sort of
Yep.
that is what you do when you're trying to reach your customers and your customer
Yep.
base, and I think ultimately this is about building that next generation of customers for you, and ultimately I think a healthier, more connected society as well. Thank you, Broderick, for being here.
You're welcome.
Appreciate all of you who are here
Yeah.
with us. And with that, I will introduce my colleague, Corianne Scally, and we
Thank
will
y'all.
part left. Thanks.
All right.
Hi, everyone. I feel like we can almost go home now because they did such a great job of previewing the work that we've been doing over the past year at the Urban Institute and with Comcast. However, I will take this opportunity to present the evidence-based framework that we developed and to set the stage for the wonderful set of panels that we have coming up. My name is Corianne Scally. I, until recently, was here at the Urban Institute. It's really lovely to be invited back to share this work with you all. Before I lay out the framework for you, I'd like to say some thank yous. So as already mentioned, to the practitioners in the field that are doing the hard work of launching innovative strategies and programming for expanding digital opportunity to help us learn what's work. We really appreciate the work that you're doing, and you'll have the benefit of hearing from some of these great folks in just a few minutes. I'd also like to thank researchers who have steadily been tracking and evaluating the effects of these approaches on the well-being of individuals, families, and communities. We've relied on your work to outline some promising pathways toward fuller digital inclusion, as well as to point out the gaps in what we know to help target future strategies and research. Finally, I would like to thank the research team and my co-authors here at Urban, especially Ann Janad, you guys can wave, who helped push our publications out the door and led the planning on this extraordinary event today. And also the team at Comcast, Broderick, Kate, Alex, for their thought partnership on this work. The results reflect true collaboration to capture the best and most recent evidence and what we quickly learned was a very fast-changing field. Here are the 5 things that I hope you will take away from my comments today if you're not able to absorb the entire framework in one sitting. First, that narrowing the digital divide helps everyone. We all benefit when people leverage the internet to reach their full potential. Infrastructure is only the first step, and I think this came through clearly from Broderick's comments. It is foundational, but it's not a stopping point. Similarly, getting connected to internet services and devices is necessary, but it's not sufficient for full inclusion. Cultivating digital skills and safety is critical. For people who are new to leveraging the full power of the internet, basic training on basic skills and more advanced skills is paramount, including avoiding scams and how to keep online data private and secure. Fourth, full digital inclusion requires empowering use. Again, this came out very clearly in the remarks we've already heard. There is no single right way to use the internet. Quality applications, however, and technical supports needed to use them help tremendously. And finally, pathways to digital opportunity exist and need strengthening. The good news is we already have some evidence on strategies and programs that do work to expand digital opportunity. I'll be sharing some of these at the end of my remarks, and panelists are going to really add to this conversation. So we set out to develop a framework for digital opportunity focused on evidence of what works to promote positive outcomes for individuals and families and communities. Digital opportunity means that everyone can access the life-changing benefits that digital inclusion unlocks. Excuse me. It extends the goal of closing the digital divide simply beyond increasing the number of connected households or devices to ensuring that people can effectively use digital technology to improve their lives. And when everyone has the digital connections, the affordable and appropriate devices, and the skills to navigate the digital world safely and effectively, there are opportunities to improve employment, educational, housing, health, and other quality of life outcomes expand, and they can more fully participate in the economy, democracy, and society. So over the next few minutes, I'm going to walk through our framework and each of these 5 pillars of digital inclusion that we detail, and I'm going to highlight some of the strongest strategies and pathways that we found in the literature supporting digital opportunity. Of course, this starts with narrowing the digital divide, which has already been introduced this morning. Closing the digital divide allows everyone the opportunity to use the internet to meet their needs and improve their lives. And we all benefit from people having information technology capacity needed for full participation in society. This means identifying the digital divide or the gap between those who have affordable access, skills, and support to effectively engage online and those who do not, and working to reduce this gap. Our scan of existing research shows that some people and communities are more affected by the digital divide than others and would benefit from expanded digital opportunity. Sarah already mentioned these, but certainly it includes rural communities, Native American communities, some populations of color, people with lower incomes, older adults, many people with disabilities, justice-impacted populations, people experiencing homelessness, and immigrant and refugee populations. The first step of what we call foundational digital inclusion is, of course, fundamental, which is to develop infrastructure. This includes the access, speed, and reliability of fixed and mobile digital infrastructure. Access to various types of broadband infrastructure at the address level has only been reported and measured since 2022, but here we see how many households have access to any fixed internet infrastructure and by different types of infrastructure, with cable being the most ubiquitous, a wired internet infrastructure, which is the gray line near the top, followed by fiber in pink. And meanwhile, satellite connections in yellow have jumped in availability, and this illustrates Broderick's point about our success in expanding infrastructure to a majority of the country. Beyond having access to this physical infrastructure, however, the infrastructure should provide reliable, high-speed service. Broadband is a speed classification. It is not an infrastructure type. And the required speed for broadband was increased to 100 megabits per second download and 20 megabits per second upload by the FCC back in April of last year. The best user experience is when speed and service is reliable and continuously available, something that we probably all know mobile infrastructure can struggle with. The second pillar required for foundational digital inclusion is to get connected. Getting connected to the internet includes adoption, which Broderick spoke of, also affordability, and the take-up of available internet service connections and devices. Many people connect to the internet through in-home service subscriptions as long as that infrastructure is available locally. Here we see a dramatic increase in in-home connections, with almost 25 million more households adopting in-home connections between 2015 and 2022, and fewer households reporting no home internet, although this group has persisted over time. We also know that a lower number of rural households report in-home fixed internet subscriptions, just 73%, compared to urban households at 77% and suburban ones at 86%. Some internet users rely solely on smartphones, although these have more limited functionality compared to more powerful computers and software. The next pillar builds on the foundational ones of infrastructure and connections, highlighting how enhanced inclusion requires learning skills. And again, we've already heard this morning, and we'll continue to hear this important point. Learning and applying digital skills involves learning to use digital devices, applications, and networks to access, manage, create, and share information online. This is often called digital literacy, and it includes some basic components, including basic digital skills, such as using digital devices, finding information online, and communicating using digital tools that are available. Also, the ability to use diverse technologies appropriately and effectively to retrieve information, interpret results, and judge the quality of that information. Also, an understanding of the relationship that exists between technology, lifelong learning, personal privacy, and the stewardship of information. Advanced digital skills can be useful in many technical and non-technical career paths as well. This includes skills such as digital content creation, data visualizations, video editing, website development, and basic project management and bookkeeping skills. Programs that help individuals learn skills include digital navigators and digital skills training and certification programs, and we'll hear about some of those in just a few moments. The fourth pillar of enhanced digital inclusion is to navigate safely. This means individual users have the knowledge, the ability, and the resources to control and protect personal or sensitive information online. Keeping personal information private and secure is paramount. We often associate online safety with avoiding scams from bad actors who are trying to steal our money, steal our personal information, or perhaps even our identities. But beyond these outright criminal acts, a lot of private information is collected by legitimate applications and platforms that we use as part of our daily lives. For example, individuals can share private health data through a number of digital interactions and activities, such as searching for something on the internet, symptoms of the flu, using mobile applications, using wearable devices on our wrists, and social media conversations that we might have online. These data can persist over time. They can be used together to identify people and to pinpoint locations. They can be bought and sold. They can be inaccurate or they can lose their accuracy over time, even as they continue to just exist behind the scenes. And individuals can develop a false sense of security online when these data are collected in the background and basically become invisible. All right, the last pillar for full inclusion. You can have access to infrastructure, you can be connected, you can have basic skills, and you can have the safety knowledge that you need, but still not experience full digital inclusion. This final pillar is to use the internet effectively. This includes having inclusive and effective digital devices, applications, and the human and technical supports to empower self-determined use and to support people in using the internet to achieve their own personal goals. Effective use means that individuals can use the internet meaningfully and effectively to improve overall quality of life and support thriving. What this looks like will vary by domain. For example, effective use for someone looking for a home or a job might look like having a quality, accessible platform that connects job seekers to relevant employers or job opportunities, or home seekers to those that are selling or renting housing. For education and learning, effective use might range from providing quality, accessible devices to secondary students, all the way to offering advanced degree programs online for mid-career learners. In health, it might include providing online translation services for medical records, so they're not just available in English, or boosting telehealth and telemedicine services for easy and effective monitoring of certain health conditions that we know can be effectively monitored online. Excuse me. The evidence shows that implementing these 5 pillars of digital opportunity and inclusion yields positive outcomes for individuals and families, communities, and society as a whole. These include improved economic, health, and education outcomes, as well as increased skills and knowledge. They also include increased civic engagement, social connectedness and cohesion, quality of life, choices and agency, and effective and fair institutions. And while this seems like a lot to accomplish, our review did identify some promising starting points and pathways across these 5 pillars. And I'm going to leave you with these ideas for our upcoming panelists to explore. Targeting place-based subsidies to narrow the infrastructure gap and expand in-home connections. Supporting individual connectivity, for example, through subscription subsidies or low cost and free devices. providing clear digital training and navigation, as well as properly equipping and supporting those who train others in these skills, so train the trainer type of programming. And making digital platforms, devices, and supports easy to use, relevant, and accessible for all, regardless of income, race and ethnicity, social and cultural backgrounds, language, and ability. For a thorough review of the evidence supporting this framework, we encourage you to take a close look at our report with its corresponding executive summary, as well as the supporting 3 fact sheets that inspired our upcoming panels today on economic mobility, health, and rural communities. We're always open to your feedback and questions, and certainly feel free to reach out to either Anne or myself with your thoughts and comments. And now it is my pleasure to invite our first panel to the stage. So I'll invite Haley and the economic mobility participants. Thank you.
All right. Can you all hear me? Great, thank you. It's great to be with you all today. My name is Haling Price. I'm a visiting fellow at Urban's Research to Action Lab, and for the past few years, I've been focused on the economic mobility work that Sarah referenced earlier, in large part supported by the Gates Foundation to think about different pathways to economic mobility. And so as I thought about this framework, I was layering on an additional sort of schema that you heard referenced earlier, which was this idea of economic success, power and autonomy, and dignity and belonging. And so these 3 pillars, as defined by Urban's mobility framework, I think are highly relevant here. And when I first got the call to support this work, I'm like, well, what exactly do you want me to do here? How do I fit in? And then I began to reflect on my work in economic mobility, not just over the past 2 years, but really as a practitioner in a place-based setting. So prior to my experience with Urban, I was helping lead an organization called the Harlem Children's Zone in New York. And so this is a group that serves about 20,000 children and families annually in Harlem, New York, network of charter schools and family services. And so during COVID, I think the urgency of this need in communities of color that I was serving were apparent. And so it wasn't just about, I learned, distributing learning devices and other support, but there were then mesh networks to set up and different sorts of infrastructure implications. And sort of the further down the rabbit hole I went, the more I recognized that this work is really core to what I want to see in this country as it relates to economic mobility. And so that is sort of part of my entry point of this conversation. And I'm really excited to be joined by a really dynamic group of panelists who can speak to the sort of different entry points into this work, the federal environment, philanthropic investments that are accelerating this work, and what's happening in direct service as well. And so I'm joined by Molly Dillon of America Achieves, April Feng of Emilio, and Cristal Mojica of Michelson 20mm Foundation. And before we get into any of the Q&A, I'd love for you all to just say in a few words, I asked them, I don't want to butcher your work, your remit, so please just tell the folks a little bit about what you do at your respective organizations.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Excited to be here. Molly Dillon. I'm the Director of Policy Advocacy at America Achieves. We are a nonprofit organization focused on workforce development and regional economic development.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is April Feng. I am the CEO of Emilio. We are a technology nonprofit, and we provide communication and education technologies for incarcerated individuals, so folks who are in prisons, jails, and juvenile justice centers.
Cristal?
Yeah. Cristal Mojica. I lead the Digital Equity Initiative for Michelson 20 Million Minds Foundation. It's a mouthful. And for the Michelson Center for Public Policy, one's a C3, one's a C4. We do policy advocacy. We fund community-owned broadband networks, capacity building within communities for digital equity work to continue beyond the current federal funding. And we helped co-found the California Alliance for Digital Equity a few years ago, which is now the leading community-driven coalition advocating for this work in our state legislature.
Thank you. So that's 20 million minds. I would have failed that quiz. Thanks for letting us know.
I know.
Cool. Yeah. All right. And so what I want us to do as we think about the framework is to kind of funnel down from what's happening at the most macro to what I might call the last mile of systems change, what's really happening in communities and sort of arm's length from impact. And so I want to begin with you, Molly. I've been learning a little bit more about the BEAD program. I imagine a lot of folks in the audience are familiar. But as you think about this environment, we'd love to just hear a little bit about the scope of that program and how you see it showing up in the framework that we just saw up here.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to go back in time a little bit, so the BEAD program was passed as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act in 2021. This bipartisan legislation supported a one-time $42.5 billion historic, I think that word has been used a couple times, investment in broadband. At that time, the estimates were nearly 20 million and perhaps even as high as 40 million people did not have access to even low-grade broadband service. And so the BEAD program is particularly exciting because it is targeting, I think Broderick mentioned this, those areas that have not yet been connected or have low service. So even going further back, the year before in 2020, the FCC actually released a report that there was considerable doubt that they would actually be able to meet build-out projections of the workforce needed to build the physical infrastructure of broadband, which is only the first step, but it is still the first step so that April and Cristal can do their amazing work. And so in 2021, around the time of the infrastructure bill being put together, we worked with our friends at Brookings and also now the organization known as Lightcast, formerly Burning Glass, to do some initial analyses of what infrastructure workforce might be needed for what was being explored at the time. Fast forward again to 2022, the NOFO came out from the Department of Commerce, and we were really excited to see that one of the critical components for eligible entities, so states or whoever else is able to apply for BEAD, was workforce, and they had to show and demonstrate what their plan was for what is the workforce that's going to make this happen. So America Achieves, with our partners at Schmidt Futures and the Center on Rural Innovation, quickly realized that if there wasn't a plan to figure out the workforce, at best case, our broadband infrastructure could be delayed, and worst case, it may actually never materialize. So a couple of weeks after the NOFO, we put out what turned out to be, it was supposed to be like 15 pages, but it ended up being 80-page long playbook that was for eligible entities detailing parts of the NOFO, particularly about workforce and how we thought that they could be thinking about their plans for their state workforce, how to get ready for this historic funding that's going to come their way. We know also at the time that there were a number of workers in the telecom industry who were laid off in the pandemic, and so we were very precise in saying that it was important that workers who were laid off were prioritized for this work. At the same time, we also know that the broadband industry is very white, very male, and aging, and having a retirement crisis looming. So there is this opportunity to bring in a more diverse, bigger pool to fill these jobs that we know are coming down the pike. So we came up with 6 steps, and I'm going to go through them really quickly. We were recommending, 1, to appoint a broadband workforce director and staff, and ideally put that staff inside the governor's office. I have experience in the governor's office. I've seen what it means for work to sit inside the governor's office versus at an agency. It signals to everyone like this is a priority and also gives you, I think, better access to all of your state counterparts. We also encourage states to convene their employers and other key stakeholders to kind of get all around the same table working together. The third point was to collect, analyze, and use broadband workforce data. On that point, I will say, states don't know what they don't know, and we really encourage employers in the telecom industry, unions, industry groups to come together to help verify state-led data analysis of this is the workforce we have, this is the workforce we need, what is the delta between those two numbers. And then the last couple steps were to be identifying additional funding sources. We love blending and braiding. If you can find other workforce dollars that can help supplement this, like how do you build the strongest possible pot to do this really important work? Then working with employers to build and scale the training needed. If you need to get some workers, more workers trained into those specific key occupations, that's where that comes in. And then lastly, it would be to recruit and grow that skilled, diverse workforce. As of now, the last thing I'll say is my understanding that most, if not all states, have not yet broken ground on a lot of their broadband infrastructure projects and perhaps won't do so until at least next year. I've talked to a couple folks recently, and we think that, even though our playbook just to give a little pitch, came out in 2022, there's still a lot in there that states and other eligible entities can really draw on to make sure that they are getting ahead of any workforce challenges that may come up so that this amazing work can actually happen.
Great, thank you, and I appreciate the segue. So when we're thinking about the
Anytime.
national network, transitioning to states, I know Michelson's focus is largely in California, is that right, or West Coast? And so when you think about this investment or just this discourse around kind of digital equity more broadly, how does that inform your sort of grant-making portfolio? And then just talk a little bit about how you're thinking about place-based investments and any bright spots you're seeing out there.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, so most of our work is in California, and when it's outside of California, it's sharing kind of the best practices or some case studies that we've seen in our state that might be helpful for other states to model their own work after. Our work usually starts in Los Angeles. We've had some great partnerships in the Bay Area. We've started to work more with Central Valley, but just to give an example of a couple projects that we've really loved. One of them is Destination Crenshaw. So in the Los Angeles area, they are revitalizing the Crenshaw corridor using existing infrastructure where the train line is to lay down fiber. Part of the work is informing the community of what services are going to be available to them to make sure that they can actually use them, and then teaching them the ways that they can use them for economic mobility. One of the examples that I shared when we were preparing for the panel was that during the pandemic, the small businesses and entrepreneurs who didn't have connectivity were not able to pivot to online sales. And the ones that did have connectivity were able to continue their businesses to some degree. And so having that safety net of having connectivity allowed them to continue to provide for themselves. And so that's something that we want to ensure moving forward in this community and use that model for other parts of California that have been historically redlined or underinvested in, and really build that resilience for our Black and brown communities particularly. So that's a really great partnership and a project that we have seen get a lot of support in California at all government levels, state and local, and then from philanthropy as well. So we're really excited to see that. And we've reached the point where they're about to have some of their public Wi-Fi go live, and so we funded a project to let the community know what the timeline for this, and then also ask them about any concerns and what, if there are any additional needs that we may not know of. So one of the things that we've come across, or one of the topics that we always talk about, is like data and how much more data we need about our community's needs, and also the data that's out there that needs to be corrected. And to Molly's point, like, the state doesn't know what it doesn't know, and so a lot of our work is also correcting information on who is served and unserved, and then also who's being served but not served well. And so that leads me to another project in Oakland. Oakland Undivided is an organization that's been doing really great work for that community, basically assessing, okay, where we do have service, is this service actually serving the community well? And so they had a project that ran 500,000 speed tests in, I believe it was 18,000 unique locations. And they found that students, 25% of students, over half the time, were only able to access 25 megabytes per second speeds, which is not considered adequate and is also not what they were signed up for. And so working to bring that to light so that we can work with providers to ensure that the quality is there so that students and families can actually do the things they need to do is a big part of our work as well. So I would say those are two pretty significant examples of place-based projects that we then present to our legislators to get their support kind of statewide. And then I think the third project that I've really enjoyed was partnering with another philanthropy organization, California Community Foundation, to distill down the digital divide data at a number of different levels, but focusing on assembly districts and senate districts. And so having fact sheets that we can then use to share with incoming legislators, folks who are new to this issue area, and just having them have that very concrete assessment of what the need is in their community so that they can be advocates for the community as well. So.
Great. I appreciate you all sort of playing the ground game and providing air cover to those folks. As someone who's benefited from sort of place-based investments in that digital philanthropy like digital divide closing work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So April, so you are working with a specific population, incarcerated folks engaged in the justice system. And so I'm curious how you think about sort of expanding economic mobility in the context of the digital divide. What's working well for you all, and what stories are you excited to tell about your work at this stage?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here and for that question. Since we work with prisons and jails and juvenile facilities, I actually want to see, just by show of hand, like how many of you have actually been inside a prison? Wow, that's like surprisingly high proportion than any other panel I've been
Welcome
on.
to the Urban Institute.
The Urban Institute. So maybe let me paint the picture just a little bit more. Obviously, as you know, every single correctional facility is kind of different on its own. But when I first went into a prison that we serve, the three big things that jump out to me, just to situate us a little bit. One is the loud and the silence all at once, right? It's very loud when the door, generally pretty thick, steel doors, closed right behind you without any hesitation, right? It's like a very loud sound. I remember that sound very distinctively. But when you're entering the housing units, when you're entering the community rooms, even if they have a computer room, when you're entering those spaces, it's really quiet. That contradiction really struck me. That was the first one. And the second one is how different it is from like outside world. A lot of folks working in the correctional technology and industry tend to be male. And so I still remember going into male prison, and every single time when I enter a space, the warden has to announce female on the compound. And so that was something that struck me as well as quite unique, very different from the outside. And the third one I would say is the lack of digital infrastructure. So there are facilities that have payphones, mostly payphones, like wall-mounted phones. When people take them up, and then they still kind of hold it as if it's a handheld phone, right? And then when we first started deploying tablets and modern technologies inside, people don't know how to type. Like they will punch the screen as if it's a payphone. And so those are three things that I generally observe just from like a narrative perspective, what is inside these facilities. All of that translating into two, I think, very vital problems. One is because of the lack of digital infrastructure, any education or vocational programs that you're delivering tend to be pretty not rooted in reality, right? So you can learn about how to open up a Gmail or reply messages, but it's not done on a cell phone or on a smart computer. It is instead on a PDF sheet, generally printed out. So that creates a divide, really, when people come out and seeing a keyboard or seeing a screen. The second thing is a lack of connection with their loved ones or families on the outside, and community resources as well. That is a huge issue that Emilio is trying to solve. Is generally, right, in prisons and jails, people still have to pay a lot of money to stay connected with their loved ones. And so imagine, right, like you want to call your mom, but you need to first check if there is any leftover money in your account. And if there is none, you can't call. I think that creates, when you talk about social connection, that sense of connection with the outside world is truly not there in a lot of facilities. So you asked me about best practices and things I want to highlight. I think one aspect I want to highlight is our digital literacy program within Massachusetts. We're working with 4 different county jails and the Department of Youth Services to provide one, communication services at no cost to the incarcerated people and their families, and 2, digital literacy training that is actually based on modern devices, right? So people can actually open up their email inbox as if it is an email inbox. And then we also, 3, work with actual community organizations like the Boston Public Library and also Tech Goes Home, which is a community organization in Boston, to provide essentially anchor points when people do come out. They know where to go and they know where to access service. We actually work with academic institutions to evaluate the impact of these programs, and we're just seeing the first stage result, which focuses on in-facility outcomes. So, do access to digital resources and closer family connections help people behave better when they're still incarcerated. And we're seeing a 55% decline in violent misconduct inside prisons. So it seems that if people are connected and feeling less lonely, it really benefits everybody in the facility, either as the correctional staff or, more importantly, the incarcerated people themselves. That's just one example I want to highlight.
Thank you, April. One of so many examples of the implications of this work across so many sort of facets of societies. I appreciate you providing that sort of thicker description. So there's a question I want to pose to the group. We've heard the word historic a few times today. We are living in historic times. So there are a lot of important questions, sort of risks, opportunities that we see in this environment. So I want us to think about, in this moment, the BEADS Act and broader, like how we think about federal support for this work, different kinds of public-private partnerships for this work. What are you most excited about? What's keeping you up at night? And I primed the panel earlier and requested that we keep this is a nonpartisan conversation, but it is a fact-based conversation. And so I've invited them to tell the truth about their work and ensure that we're grounding this in the data, but also the reality of this political moment that we're in. So please, how are you thinking about the climate we're in and keeping this work alive, extending it, perhaps even being opportunistic?
So I'm already on a roll, so I'll just go first.
Please.
Okay, so the part that really excites me is finally we're looking at how to address this really big missed opportunity. So the three numbers come to mind is there are about 2 million Americans on average incarcerated in prisons, jails, and community juvenile detention centers. 95% of them will come out one day, and they will be our neighbors. They will participate in our workforce, hopefully. And then 1 in 2 Americans actually do know somebody, either it's their friends or family members who are incarcerated. And so we're looking at a pretty big population here. To me, for I think the country where currently we're looking at shifting the economy towards a production-oriented one, this is a huge opportunity, like missed opportunity, right? Like considering how much talent you can add to the workforce, this is something that if go unaddressed, you know, it's a miss really for the whole country. And so that excites me, that actually we're investing in these places and then also investing in folks who are living in these places so that it can come out better and fully participate in the economy. So the 3 things that I would say when it comes to, you know, you ask about meaningful investment, would be, well, going back to the kind of layered barriers that incarcerated individuals face in the correctional facilities. One is lack of affordable, and I would say accessible communication and education technologies, right? So if you have to pay $30 per month to stay connected with your loved ones, likely you won't pick up the phone that often. 2, I would say, is the lack of affordable and actually accessible and reliable devices. I talk about the payphones on the wall. There are facilities that currently have computer labs, but it's pretty limited. And you know, you get to use computers 5 minutes a day, and they break down all the time. And so we need to add more modern devices that look like the device that we're using, right? Like all the screens around us, into these facilities, so people can get used to them and actually start exploring how that works. And then the 3rd layer is more complicated, so I'll try my best. It's the network layer. So generally, as I think folks talk about in the first opening session, there is broadband to these facilities, right? So fiber is to the facilities. What is really needed is actually the wiring of the facility in a way that makes the internet access reliable. And also just the Wi-Fi access point. It boils down to network equipments, access points in different housing units or community spaces. And so the correctional facilities themselves tend to not have too clear of an idea on where to add these access points so that people in different parts of that facility can access things in the same quality way. And so network assessment is very important here as well. So I would say that when it comes to investment, think about those different layered approach. And I would say that one of the most important things that we observe in this particular industry is that there are a lot of, well, not a lot of actually, there are about 2 to 5 private providers who essentially exploit this population quite a bit. They're a captive audience, right? Like they have to use whatever that the Department of Corrections contracts. And so what ended up happening is that network is proprietary. If there is devices are proprietary. Different service providers cannot share the same network, cannot share the same device. And so I think when it comes to investing in this area, it is equally important to invest, but also to make sure that the processes of procuring these services and providing different providers to allow them to provide services, that process also needs to be looked at and allow innovation to be in there. I guess I'll just end really quickly with what I think it's a really incredible model. In Colorado, where we currently serve, Emilio currently serves the Denver Women's Correctional Facility, they have seen firsthand the benefit of having mothers really talking with their daughters, sometimes for the first time, and the joy it brings to them. They actually started, even before BEAD and DE money comes around, they started building a computer lab. And they want to make the space as welcoming as possible so the mothers sitting there can connect with their children in a normal way, and at the same time, their children wouldn't feel very distinctively, oh God, my parents are in a correctional facility. And that created so many meaningful connections for our users.
Thank you. That's a really helpful example, Emma, just to make this a little realer for us thinking through the frameworks. So Cristal, same question to you, just curious, you talked a little bit about your kind of messaging, information, advocacy work, so beyond direct investments, you're really sort of like banging the drum on some critical issues. So are there any timely messages that you feel like are really relevant for this moment, or just what is kind of top priority as you think about the climate for your organization?
Yeah, so we are thinking that the resources at the state level are going to be more important to retain now more than ever, even before the current administration and the pauses on funding and all of the things. We had to advocate for the retention of broadband dollars from the governor's budget. This was last year. He had originally allocated $2 billion and then had cut that down significantly. And so through the community leaders who we have been helping become advocates at the state level in their own right, and uplifting this story really to the public and to media, that this is really critical funding that affects kind of all of the services that we fund, especially within philanthropy. Like if you care about healthcare and education and all the things, and you don't have connectivity, like none of those dollars are going to actually make it to where you intend them to go. And so we were able to, after the May revise, have the governor return some of those funds to reallocate them to broadband infrastructure and to the digital divide. And so that was for us a big win on the advocacy front. And so we anticipate having to do something similar again this year. So we're already planning on mobilizing around the May revise and seeing what state we're in for our broadband funding. We're also looking at affordability at the state level and how do we ensure that our communities will have affordability moving forward independent of ACP. And so we are working with one of the assembly members who just introduced a bill, AB 353, modeled after New York's Affordable Broadband Act, which is intended to ensure that there is an affordable plan. It will be eligibility based. I don't have the exact dollar amount for California, but I know New York's version has a $15 plan and a $20 plan requirement with different speeds tied to them, and so this bill is modeled after New York's, and it's in the works. So if you look it up, there's some information there, but obviously it will evolve, but we're working very closely with the assembly member who introduced this bill. And so I think at the top of like California's priorities, it's affordability, and then of course you all have probably heard about the fires that happened in Los Angeles, and so there is a big focus on recovery and building but again, like I mentioned, like resiliency in our communities and making sure that if there is an opportunity here to build infrastructure that is community informed and driven and owned, that we make best use of this opportunity to help our communities and kind of future-proof them in that way. And so we're looking at what can we do to help LA rebuild, and then use it as a model to avoid some of the things that happened this time around with this natural disaster in future settings. And then I think, and then one example that I didn't get to mention before, a project that we're really excited about is being spearheaded by CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles. And so they work with one of the critical kind of vulnerable communities in Los Angeles, which is refugees and immigrants. And so they already provide a lot of workforce development resources, legal resources, and so they are going to be expanding into being an internet service provider for the community. And we're excited to see if this model works for this particular population, and then if so, how can we bring that to other communities as well?
Very cool. So like nothing at all happening in California.
Just, you know,
Per usual.
a few things here and there.
A lot for us to learn from that part of the country. Thank you. So Molly, you probably spend more time than maybe anyone in this room thinking about this question, just sort of like the federal headwinds and tailwinds as we think about bees and other programs that support this effort. So when you think about the future, what are you most excited about, and what would you caution people to really pay attention to in this moment?
Yeah, I mean, all of the workforce prep, I think, is going to be critical for states. We think a lot about how states are going to be applying for this funding or using it in their states. One thing that comes to mind is I talked earlier about encouraging states to do labor market analyses. So the next step in that process that we kind of go into detail in the report would be on career pathway mapping. Probably in the rest of the world, if you say I'm really excited about career pathway mapping, people may look at you strangely, but I think probably here at Urban I'm in good company. But that is something that really excites me. So I mentioned we had worked with Brookings on an initial report on some projections around infrastructure jobs, and there was a subsection on broadband. So something I haven't mentioned yet is that part of our report included an original analysis from Lightcast that dove deep into broadband jobs and what we expect the top broadband occupations to be. But not only that, what credentials you need for those jobs, what are the feeder occupations to those jobs, and what are the next step occupations from those jobs. And it was really exciting for us because that initial research that we did with Brookings, the state of Ohio, I don't know if anyone here is from Ohio, shout out to Ohio, there we go. They're doing really crazy cool work on broadband and have taken that initial analysis that we did in 2021, and they have used that methodology and applied it to their own state. So we've seen this work already, and that's gave us a lot of inspiration. I would say, using these labor market analysis, building these pathways, it can be incredibly helpful, but we have found it's largely non-existent in the broadband world. Another shout out I'll give is to an organization called CyberSeek, who has done this really cool mapping. It's available publicly on jobs in cybersecurity. Highly recommend checking out their work. But these pathways to me represent sort of two levels of opportunity. The first is for workers already in the field. There's concern about what happens to workers after a large burst in hiring, which I think I mentioned earlier. But we can make sure that if we map these pathways, we know where these workers can go next after the current jobs that they're in. And to me, that is part of economic mobility. I think part of the definition of a good job is being able to continue moving up that ladder. The second way these pathways mapping can be used is also as a tool for recruitment. So if you can tell people, this is the job and this is where you can go with it, that's an incredibly powerful marketing tool. Mm-hmm. And then sort of on the other side, I think when we know what feeder occupations are leading into the jobs that we need, we know where to recruit from as well. And even in cases, where there are mass layoffs, a factory closes, et cetera, we can almost scoop these workers up and connect them more quickly to jobs that are relevant to their skill set. This is related to the skills-based hiring work that we're a big proponent of as well. And in a way, can use it as these pathway maps can be used as a tool to guard against long-term unemployment even. So there's some really exciting opportunity there. I think there's a question of what is a good job, and there's lots of definitions of what makes a good job, but I think the responsibility is sort of on states, employers, unions, industry associations, et cetera, to work together to make these jobs good and continue to make them better, and making sure that workers have opportunities to move up those ladders.
Awesome, thank you. So one more question before we pass it to Q&A. One thing that really excites me about today is that we truly have cross-sector representation. Often, at least in my work, we talk about sort of cross-sector partnerships, and there is a meager, if any, presence from the private sector. So with appreciation for our partners from Comcast and others who may be in the room, I'm curious, is there any one issue or sort of call to action, invitation you would share with that group? We have a captive audience of folks who have access to some of the levers around workforce, investments, et cetera. And so I'm just curious what you would sort of invite some of our friends here to think about, because we have this really unique opportunity to sort of speak from across the table.
I can kind of go off of that while I'm on my labor market analysis role. I think sometimes there's a hesitation to share, proprietary internal hiring needs, but states need to hear from employers, in the ISPs in their states, on what their needs are, because they can do labor market analyses and they can work with researchers, et cetera, but really need that outside validation on, like, are we heading in the right direction? What jobs are you looking to hire for? What are the trainings that we need to make more we need to offer more broadly to connect workers to those roles? So I think there's an opportunity there for everyone to work together, especially on the data piece and understanding what sort of workforce we need compared to what we have and how we bridge the gap between those two.
That's great, thank you.
I can go really quick as well. I think for the incarcerated individuals, one of the most powerful things that I've seen is second chance hiring. I would say that with the corporate partners, sometimes it is a new way of hiring, right? And then I think the resources needed for formerly incarcerated individuals or just justice involved in general could be a little bit different than your normal hire. But from our own experience hiring folks who are released, it is very rewarding. They tend to be incredibly loyal and learns really fast. And so I would say that one, invest in second chance hiring, and then also if there are challenges that you see and experience, speak out about them. Actually share with the state governments, with institutions that house incarcerated individuals. Then they can understand, right, like what additional skills is needed while folks are still inside, and start having those programs. Reentries really start with the day when people get into a facility. And so having that conversation is critical.
Yeah, and I imagine that we don't necessarily have this representation, but upskilling is a huge part of this conversation as well. And so
Absolutely.
thinking about how you create different ways to equip folks for those opportunities.
Yeah.
Anything you would add?
Yeah, I would just say, and continue to invest in public-private partnerships and thinking creatively about how to harness the different resources that we have to, aim for sustainability, long-term sustainability of this work. And invest in building trust within communities so that folks feel comfortable signing up for a service. And somebody mentioned earlier today, like, some of the hesitations folks had about ACP were like, what happens when the funding runs out? And so I think if you have either a community organization that the community trusts, kind of vouching for the service, that's one way to remove that barrier, or just as a provider, especially if you're new to a community, just having a forum for a community to voice their needs and building that trust that way, and identifying who the community leaders are who are best equipped to represent that community and advocate for them. I think that goes a long way, especially with like smaller internet service providers or folks who are trying to get community to sign up for fiber, like all of those challenges. But just, I think, invest in trust building if you really want community to be on board.
Thank you. Thank you all for the really rich insights here. Again, I'm sort of visiting from the economic mobility side of the house, but I think Urban's increasingly done a great job of integrating the bodies of work, and it's clear to me than ever that there's so much riding on this conversation as we think about economic mobility writ large in this country. So with that, I want to open it up to Q&A if folks have questions. I know we have a pretty interesting sort of set of sector diversity representation in the room, so I'm curious to know if you have any thoughts, comments, questions from your respective vantage points.
For Emilio, something's pretty obvious to me. I haven't heard you mention it. Why don't you just adopt what they're doing in Europe, or other civilized nations, like the Nordic countries? I mean, it seems like you're investigating this. You're putting a lot of research dollars into this when somebody's already doing this.
Yeah, I see.
I didn't hear you mention it at all.
Yeah, we focus on the United States just because, our co-founders were here. Europe has really interesting models. I actually used to work in the UK, and so understanding their criminal justice system, it's another eye-opening experience. I think that there is a lot that we can learn from Europe, most definitely. Like the Nordic model, for example, I think California actually did a tour to, I think, Swedish prisons. And so, yeah, so we're learning a lot from that model. But our geographical focus is definitely in the United States, because this is where, this is where we live, and this is the
I
community.
understand that, but
Yeah,
I hear you're doing a lot of research,
yeah.
when somebody's already invented the wheel,
Oh, I see your point. Okay.
okay? It's already
Yeah,
over there.
yeah,
Why not just adopt what they're doing that's proven?
yeah. So I'm actually, let's definitely connect after this, because one thing that we see in the European research is that Europe as a whole is a little different from the United States. As in some things that work in Europe, the Nordic model, for example, they have a very small prison population compared to, let's say, California has 100,000 people. And so I think that scale is a little different, but I would love to talk more about,
That I agree with you.
yeah.
Lots
That,
of people in prison here because they make money for certain corporations,
yeah,
and it ends up in campaign cash for everybody.
that's very true. Yeah, we didn't go into some of the,
That's the reality of it.
yeah, yeah. We didn't go into some of the, I'm an economist by training. I would call it first degree price discrimination, right? When it comes to charging for calls. It's really
I was
up
gonna
to the
get into
point.
that, about
Yeah.
these contractors that have these arrangements with the facilities
Yeah,
where they're exclusive, or they're not open to bids.
Yeah.
Like imitations. Oh.
we can pow out at lunch. Yeah, but thank you so much.
Love some spirited energy from the crowd. Thank you. I have a few on the iPad I'm going to run through that have come in from the audience. These are not plans. These are organic from you all. So if you don't hear your question represented, let me know. Another one is kind of touches on something we were covering earlier. But I'll combine two questions. The role of digital skilling in economic mobility. So we talked about the upskilling piece. And then in different settings, community or otherwise, what are important digital skills that may be underrepresented? So when we're trying to prepare folks for these opportunities, where are some of the hotter sort of job markets or skills building opportunities? We've been talking about the pathways, so maybe you can begin, Molly.
Yeah, so I mean, we're focused really on like the building of the physical infrastructure, but if you like dive into some of those pathways, you can see how you might be a tower technician, and how you can move out of perhaps a job that is more physical labor into more of the IT world, et cetera. So that stuff I think is really exciting and interesting. And again, like I was thinking about what makes a job good, and I think that there are some baseline definitions, but also what makes a good job for me versus someone else, that can vary a little bit. And so not everyone may want to have a job where they're inside all day. They may want to have a job where they get to travel around or work at the top of a tall tower, but that there should always be a pathway to keep moving up the ladder and keep being able to provide for your family. And I think we mentioned Raj Chetty's research earlier, like that I think about a lot in the broadband world, and not being stuck in one occupation. We should think of these as, part of a ladder and not as isolated rungs.
I love this idea of like a dynamic definition of job quality, because it's not a one-size-fits-all, especially when we're dealing with underrepresented populations in the workforce.
And there's definitely some baselines I think we could probably all agree on, but yeah, for sure.
Yes, thank you. Anything you all would add about this sort of skills match piece?
We don't do as much like direct work on that, so I don't have too much to add to that.
The only thing that came to my mind is how to do a video conferencing. Because I specifically remember in Massachusetts, incarcerated people actually testified in the state Senate or Commonwealth Senate. And there is such a big difference, right? When you put somebody in front of a camera, how they behave. And a lot of times what comes as natural to us, because we have so much time to practice and see what works and what doesn't, that's just not the case with incarcerated folks. So I think that's actually one piece that can really be, it's not like an upscale, but it is a very vital piece to go from like an entry-level job to something of a director or manager.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you. A question with folks who have the broader geographic range, so statewide or nationally. We heard a few examples, including from my own history, as far as what we needed to do to rise to the occasion of the pandemic, right? And so there were a lot of quick investments, and really we mustered a lot up across sectors to meet that moment. And in some ways, you've returned to the status quo around like our investment priorities and how the work occurs. So what have we learned that we think might continue as we think about support for closing the digital divide and investing in economic mobility? My sense is there were some really special opportunities, investments, partnerships that occurred that may or may not have fizzled. But what should we be holding on to from that moment?
Well, I guess with the BEAD funding, I mean, the money's coming. So I kind of think of it as like, it's coming whether you're ready or not, so you might as well get ready. And so taking the time to plan if you know that this funding is coming, as opposed to being caught by surprise by something like a pandemic, is such a huge opportunity to be able to really be thoughtful about how you're using that time, how you're using the money, how you're planning to make it equitable, have access to these jobs, et cetera. So that is, I think, almost like the opposite of what we got to experience in the pandemic, where we've had states have had a couple of years to think about this, although they are doing 17 million other things at once. And
Yeah.
so, and is one of the reasons we wrote this report, is because we found that they hadn't really been thinking about broadband workforce. They might have been thinking about broadband and workforce, but sometimes those people had never talked to each other. And we're really encouraging this time to utilize this period of time before the funding actually gets, outlaid.
Right, so you stay ready and got to get ready. Sound
Exactly.
like my grandfather. I like
Exactly.
that. Were you going to add to that?
Yeah, so I think, just from like Michelson's specific experience with our work in this space, is it did start with the pandemic and with devices, and we very quickly learned that we needed like a system change approach. And so I think part of our work as a funder is continuing to encourage our peers to prioritize digital equity in all of the areas that they invest in. Again, reiterating that, like, if you are trying to, advance equity in healthcare, that's not going to be possible without also having connectivity, as more and more of our services are online, and reiterating that it touches like all areas of our lives. It's banking, it's job opportunities, it's education, it's everything, right? And so disaster relief and management. And so that's something that we're going to continue to prioritize beyond the pandemic, to keep hammering how many areas of life are impacted when you don't have connectivity, and how critical it is for people to have it now. And I'm just going to throw this in there, even though we didn't talk about it at all,
Please.
is the whole AI, everything, thing. And so I know a lot of our community partners who do provide digital upskilling are thinking about how do we incorporate that, and does that have the potential to broaden the digital divide, or are there opportunities that we're missing? And so that's part of the larger conversation too. It's like, yes, look to the future, but like, let's not leave folks behind.
Thank you. We are an hour plus into this conversation. That was the first mention of AI, so appreciate you, because I'm sure it's
We'll
on
just leave it
somebody's
on
bingo
that.
card today. Yes, but that's something I'm sure will come up throughout as we think about just this implementation taking shape in our reality. So I have a more pointed version, I think, of a question I've asked before, but BEAD is under threat. And so when we think about the moment we're in the climate, to speak really directly to some of the challenges and opportunities we have, what can we be doing to preserve and extend support for BEAD? What kind of stories are we telling? How do we compel folks that this is something that is really core to what we want to see in economic mobility in this country?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I would say that the BEAD has been obligated by the United States Congress to spend this money. It was passed almost 4 years ago. It shows kind of how long things take, for better or for worse. But on that end of the spectrum, it was passed with bipartisan support also, is something I really want to emphasize, that this wasn't a party line vote, and that it also didn't just come up out of nowhere. There were years of people pushing to invest in our broadband systems. Right. And the pandemic actually, I think, it's like this extra push that it needed to be like, wow, we really need to get broadband, high-speed broadband to everyone. Because it's not just the jobs that it creates from the physical infrastructure, but the downstream jobs it creates, and opportunities and connection. And we can make individuals, homes, communities, states, nations, et cetera, more whole by connecting them to the internet, which I think is bringing it back to the framework. So yeah, I would just emphasize that this was passed with bipartisan support, passed by Congress, and that the money should be coming to states, and hopefully that is the way it continues to move.
I'll probably provide a optimistic note here.
Please, I could use
I'm
one.
actually incredibly optimistic about our work, partially because what we've seen what states do upon learning something good that happened in other states, right? To your earlier question about pandemic, like Emilio started during the pandemic when Iowa Department of Corrections literally couldn't have when they paused in-person visitation, they couldn't have a digital or a video conferencing technology. And so that's when they piloted Emilio. But that was the first day we kind of got lucky, right? Like in the sense that it's very difficult to break into, but that was really out of a need. Since then, we've expanded into 8 other states, purely because I think the other states are seeing what's happening in Iowa. And so I think that telling those stories and started saying that like, yeah, this is actually really, really helpful for incarcerated individuals, their communities, but also the correctional facility, the correctional officers. And so I think telling that story is incredibly powerful. And I would just say that for Emilio, the total of 9 states that we serve is a very healthy mix of red and blue states. And I think that just goes to show really the bipartisan nature of this issue and just the potential it has by including a population that's formerly excluded from the workforce, bring them back to the community and the workforce.
That's beautiful, thank you. Christelle, you mentioned some sort of advocacy efforts, at least on the state level, to compel folks to understand the power of this work. So I wonder if there's anything you've learned in that experience that could inform this effort to really shore up support for BEAD.
So I think in terms of like federal funding, making it down into communities, one of the things that we really stand behind is making sure that the organizations that are receiving these funds, whatever those dollars ultimately look like, that they're equipped to effectively implement them, and that they have kind of the administrative and legal resources and whatever else they need that doesn't have, that is not included in the funding, to be able to deploy the dollars, and that they're not in a position where they have to return them because they don't use them up by a certain time. And we have seen that be a priority within tribal communities in particular. And so we funded a project that put together like legal templates and like examples of contracts and how to vet vendors and all these kinds of things, all these kinds of resources, so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel every time, and so that you can scale it up across different tribes as they receive their dollars. And so we're looking at that kind of work.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So before we close out, I just wanted to give the floor to you all one last time to see if there are any other themes, messages, again, sort of invitations you would encourage us to consider, especially as we move through the rest of the day and think about how this shows up beyond economic mobility.
I think we're just kind of at an exciting point for this funding, because as the groundbreaking will start to happen, people's lives will start to be changed because they are connected to the internet where they previously weren't or had very low access. So I'm going to choose to end on an optimistic, hopeful note that this is a really exciting time, and in the next couple of years, that 20 million, 40 million number hopefully is much, much lower.
Great.
I'm also going to end on an optimistic note and say, whatever the impact you're seeing, document them and share them. In our experience, that's how things take root.
I would say just prioritize collaboration. I love coalitions. I've learned so much in my time with our California coalition, and we also have a Los Angeles one, and I think so many folks care about this issue and are coming at it from different angles, and we don't have to, because our resources are limited, we should be leveraging each other's investments as much as possible so that we can build together. And so I encourage putting one together if you don't have one in your region, and or reaching out. I'm happy to share kind of what we've learned over the last 3 years in our coalition as well.
Thank you all. As we close out, I'm just thinking about a word that's on the screen behind us and in front of us, which is inclusion. And we're in a moment when that word means different things to different folks, and obviously it's become a lightning rod. And I think what we've heard are a really compelling set of examples on the sort of systemic and structural level and on the ground level of what inclusion really means. And I think if we all get back to first principles in our kind of understanding of what this looks like in practice, we're moving toward a really bright future. And so as it relates to economic mobility and sort of digital equity writ large, I'm really excited to be in community with you all as we think more about how to build a better future toward that inclusive country that we want to live in. So with that, please thank the panelists for their time, and thanks for your questions again. All right. Good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm Fred Blavin. I'll be moderating the panel today. I'm a senior fellow here in the Health Policy Division at the Urban Institute and the lead for the Low Income Coverage and Access and Affordability practice area here in the Institute. My background, I'm a health economist and policy analyst by training. So it's really great to have such a diverse panel here that brings more kind of background expertise on the advocacy side and also kind of on the policy side as well. I'm very excited for the conversation that we're about to have with everyone here. I'm joined by Amy Hinojosa, who is the president and CEO of MANA, which is the largest and the oldest Latina membership organization in the United States. I'm also joined by Karen Tamley, who's the president and CEO of Access Living, a Chicago-based organization, nonprofit organization that offers services and advocacy for disabled persons. And finally, Sarah Swank, a healthcare attorney and nationally renowned expert on various topics that we'll be touching on today, including telehealth technology, AI, remote patient monitoring, health equity, and population health. She is currently the general counsel for Enbele Health Solutions. Oh, here we go. So before we begin, I just wanted to give a little bit of context on some of the issues that we will be talking about today. And some of the significant changes that we've seen in the kind of the health technology and digital space brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. So what this figure shows is the share of adults who used any telehealth at some point during the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Overall, about 1 out of 3 non-elderly adults, or 37%, had any telehealth visit during the first year of the pandemic. Telehealth visits varied considerably across different population groups. So telehealth visits were more common among adults with higher incomes, those with health insurance coverage, adults in fair or poor health, adults with any physical or mental health condition, and those living in metropolitan areas. Interesting enough, in this analysis that we had previously conducted, access barriers were also kind of most prevalent among some of those groups. So while, for example, adults with health conditions were more likely to use telehealth visits just because they were more likely to demand health care, adults with health conditions were also more likely to report not being able to get a telehealth visit when they wanted one, kind of highlighting some of the access barriers that we observed during the COVID-19 pandemic as well. Given that some of these disparities are still observed in telehealth use, this is also a unique time to ensure that everyone has fair access to the benefits and opportunities from these advancements in the digital health space. So let's get started now. So Sarah, before the pandemic started, telehealth use was virtually non-existent. A very small percentage of the population actually used telehealth. And the pandemic, forced us, in an effort to avoid face-to-face contact between patients and providers,
it kind of forced our hand and quickly did so in being able to utilize telehealth services. Can you describe what kind of structural changes occurred into the healthcare system to really propel some of these changes, and what kind of policy or regulatory changes occurred as well?
Yeah, so if you look at what telehealth looked like before the pandemic, actually, telehealth itself was a new word. So I've heard telemedicine, telehealth. There used to be mHealth. There was all these definitions floating around. And it was seen as like this new technology, but also like as really honestly a modality to care for people, right? So it was almost thought as like a separate thing away from being caring for somebody. What at that time, really what you saw were very little, if all, like Medicare supported telehealth. There was some Medicaid, and actually I'm a lawyer, so I always go by definitions, right? What's in the law? And so one of the definitions and where we got the concept of telehealth was actually out of California and Medicaid. So that one of the terms that we used is like once we started paying for telehealth, we started having to have definitions about when is it reimbursable, when isn't it reimbursable. Another place we saw it before the pandemic was with employer plans, because there was no federal dollars attached to it, and people were trying to figure out, experiment and say like, oh, if I have this visit, will I actually have better outcomes? But there wasn't a lot of data. And a lot of times those employer plans and that services wasn't tied back to like a primary care doctor or integrated back into an electronic health record. So, and if you ever had one of those plans and said, oh, I could call like this telehealth person or I can have this visit, you'd think, well, will it ever get back to my doctor? Will it get integrated back into my care again? So what happened was when we had the pandemic, a couple things happened. One was all of a sudden there was reimbursement for telehealth services at a federal level, right? So now people could get paid at the time at the same level as a primary care visit would be the same, whether it was in person or in the office, because like you said, Fred, they're what you couldn't necessarily get into an office. So I think reimbursement was one of the big drivers and what changed. Another thing that happened was licensure, right? So licensure for clinicians is at a state level, and it's by your license type. Like I have a law license in certain states, and different clinicians had law licenses. And so when that was like a state by state analysis of what happened, and so there was a patchwork of different licensures that happened, different licensures. And also one thing to note too is like when we look back at like the definition, so we look at like telemedicine. Well, medicine is practiced by physicians. So when we look at telehealth, we're looking at opening it up to other clinicians, social workers, other licensed categories, which then in some ways expanded who else would have access for it. But again, this is happening on a state by state level at the time of the pandemic. And actually the licenses were going up and down, and people are like, well, can I be in this state or not be in this state? Because the changes were happening kind of in real time. Something else to think about with definitions was with reimbursement is, so originally before the pandemic, another place you'd see, it wasn't reimbursable, but another place you'd start seeing telehealth was like in academic medical centers. So they call it the spoke and hub, right? So you've got an academic medical center here, and you might have like hospitals around it, and they may be supporting them like hospital to hospital, right? So the care setting is hospital to hospital. One of the programs I think that was really like launching at the time, and I was working on when telehealth was new, really like focused on like stroke victims, again, because you want to get access as fast as possible to somebody. Like that time is so important. There is no time to necessarily get you in an ambulance and get you over, 2 hours away to an academic medical center. So like transporting that knowledge and putting care teams where that patient is, but that's still like hospital to hospital, right? So all of a sudden now we were not hospital to hospital care teams, we were at home, right? So one of the things that also changed was not just the laws, but like technology. I don't know about you, but I've been talking about telehealth before that definition came up. I hadn't, and none of my family members had ever done a telehealth visit. So I was around talking about it. I don't know, how many people had done a telehealth visit before the pandemic? How many people after, or like helped somebody else? So, I mean, I don't know this data, but like it was all of a sudden, it was like, I realized when I was setting one up for my son that I had never personally, I was going out saying, touting it and talking about the laws, but I had never done one before. And so I was like, well, that's like, that's very strange. So the idea that also like the setting itself was not in a hospital or around clinicians around you, but you could be anywhere. And also that the clinicians could be anywhere. They didn't necessarily have to be in the hospital with a care team around them. And given a lot of what we're learning about burnout, our provider shortages, like that was something that was like could be satisfying to people. So I think like pre-pandemic, we're really looking at like not a lot of reimbursement. We're looking at technology changes, and we're looking at like who can do it and where you can do it. And I give this example of technology change because when I first started as an attorney, the very first technology healthcare population health project was with pediatric asthma, which sounds like, you know, that'd be a project we could hear about today. But at the time, it was Palm Pilots. And so it was like a stylist, and like, did you show up for somebody? You were smirking, because now you can guess my age. But like, like take a Palm Pilot, and like, you know, if you got the stylist, that was even like really cool. And you could say like, I have this appointment on such and such date, and like maybe you would have better outcomes and less emergency room visits for those children with asthma if they could keep their appointments, right? Now, I mean, I can do it like this right now. Like I could start a telehealth appointment. I could initiate one right now. And so I think that what happened was these legal changes happened like that, but also the technology was already there.
Yeah, and you know, the technology's there, and it's already integrated into our healthcare system, and it's going to be used to some capacity moving forward. You know, there's some uncertainty, you know, potentially over the payment for it moving forward, and with Medicare and Medicaid, but it's clear that, you know, patients like the ease and access of it. So switching gears to Amy, you know, we know health is complicated. A lot of factors go into individuals' health, and telehealth is one aspect of a person's, you know, use of healthcare services, and which will ultimately, hopefully, affect their health in a positive way. Can you speak to how the COVID crisis provide an opportunity for you and your organization to make progress in the digital health space? And you know, in terms of improvements, do you think telehealth has improved patients' access to care and potentially improvements in their health and their experiences with the healthcare system?
Yeah, I think that, you know, adversity provides opportunity, right? And I think that this was one of those moments where we saw a couple of things, particularly in the Latino community. We saw high rates of uninsured. We also saw large numbers of folks in the Latino community. We were over-indexing on mobile technology, right? But not necessarily on a desktop or other device, right? And so the community in and of itself was very limited in what they could do at that time with their mobile devices, right? But you have the pandemic, and you know, if you've been an advocate in the healthcare space for a very long time, you talk about underserved, under-resourced populations, and they're very difficult to get information to, right? And so, you know, if you're not necessarily online other than to communicate, right, with friends and family, you're not getting the information that you need, certainly not the health information. But what COVID did in terms of folks who have been working in healthcare advocacy space was show in real time what happens when folks are legitimately cut off from the real world, right? Because if you don't have internet access at home, if all you have is a mobile device, maybe you have a mobile device, maybe you have it on, you know, like a prepaid service, right? So there's not a lot that you can do with it. What happened in that moment was, one, that everyone was able to see that everyone was cut off, right? And so we knew that we were in a critical moment, not just for health, but for schooling, but for work, for businesses. Just to get out general health information, there were lots of people in the dark. And so this moment actually motivated, well, it didn't have to motivate advocates. We've been doing this for a very long time, but it motivated Congress to actually act, right? And it motivated our corporate partners in many ways, right? Because there were lots of activations at that time. And, you know, I definitely want to shout out the telecom partners, right? Like Comcast and Verizon, T-Mobile, all of these guys mobilized to make sure that, one, internet access was available, free initially, and then at a very reduced cost for as long as they possibly could. And then you had the federal government and also to get devices into the hands of people, right? So we had this huge uptick in access, right? And access to the point of availability, right? Like availability, we conflate availability and accessibility sometimes, and the tipping point here happened from availability to actual accessibility. And so that was really important. And then I think you saw folks, and we saw it in the numbers of, right, because what was happening for poor, underserved, in our case, the Latino community, we saw high rates of transmission of COVID, right, because they weren't getting adequate information. We saw lots of folks dying. And then once the vaccines became available, we saw very low rates of vaccinations initially, right? So then when you're dovetailing it with this expanded access to telehealth and to information online, then you started seeing those numbers go up. So it really was this moment, like this perfect storm of community advocates, industry, government, all coming together to go, look, we need to provide the emergency broadband benefit and expand that into the Affordable Connectivity Program to make sure that folks have this continued access. And so for the Latino community, what we saw as a result of that were the vaccination rates shooting up exponentially, right? So it was close to 80% of the Latino community ultimately got vaccinated because of the availability of access, right? And the ability to get online, to understand where can I go, who can I see? And then it's a safety factor, right? You don't have to tell Latino families twice if there's a safer way for them to get healthcare for their children, right? And that's what it comes down to for most families, right? Can I keep my kids safe? And in doing so, through, telehealth or telemedicine, do we stay even safer, right? And so I think we saw everyone activate in a way that we hadn't previously, and perhaps it was because it was that all hands on deck moment. But the way I see it as an advocate is that was the roadmap. This is how we should be expending funds. This is how we should be appropriating money to make sure that everyone has access to what they need to stay safe, to stay healthy, to get educated, and to live their lives fully.
Yeah, in the earlier panel, we spoke about in the beginning sessions the digital divide across urban and rural communities. Mm-hmm. And so I'm curious, did you see that type of divide among the Latino population as well? And kind of what did that disparity look like among that population group?
Yeah, pre-pandemic, the digital divide, about 40% of Latino families in the United States didn't have regular access to the internet, any more than a mobile device, right? Being the most that most families had. And so, right, so we heard all the stories of kids going to the McDonald's parking lot to do your homework. And it's one thing to have to go to bootleg, internet at a Starbucks or a McDonald's to do your homework. It's quite another thing to be able to sit in the McDonald's parking lot all day and do your schooling, right? So that was, it was instructive for all of us, right? Because I think that it forced everyone to look at new ways that we could communicate with each other and make sure that everyone had access to the things that they needed.
Great. Karen, can you speak to the pre-COVID and post-COVID context for your organization and the disability communities that you serve with Access Living, and how did changes in the digital space increase access and supports for disability communities, and what barriers or gaps still persist?
Sure. So Access Living, we serve people with all types of disabilities. Most of the people we serve are extremely low income, disabled people of color. Majority people are living on disability benefits, $800 a month. So our population that we're serving is living in extreme poverty. And so the digital divide, the disability digital divide, as I call it, really was there before the pandemic. The pandemic just exposed it and heightened it and brought it to life. And, one of the things that we saw through our direct services, we do a lot of group sessions, is that when everyone moved to a virtual platform for meetings and doing business, for the people that we were serving, it was a CFO numbers. It was not people's faces, because everyone was calling in on a phone, many government phones that had limited minutes. Nobody really had a smartphone. And so it really for us, prompted us to really start to address the issue of the disability divide in the disability community. We had people that were living in disconnected neighborhoods in Chicago. The issue of poverty is the fundamental through line for the work that we had to do because people didn't have devices. They didn't have access to internet. Even the affordable internet services at $16 a month is too much for many people. They still cannot even afford that. And then on top of that, you have issues around digital literacy, digital affinity, feeling comfortable using a device or the internet to get crucial services. And then as the next layer of the digital divide for our community is accessibility. So even if you are connected, you know, is the website accessible? Is the telehealth platform accessible if you're blind? How do you use that? And so there's really multi-layers of barriers that we were really dealing with. So we developed a pilot program during the pandemic. We got a small grant to purchase some laptops and give it out to our consumers. Half of the people that took advantage were Spanish-speaking only disabled people. We quickly learned it wasn't enough to just give people devices. There was another organization that was providing tech support, but all the people were calling us for tech support because they felt comfortable with us as a disability organization to support them. And so we then really expanded our program to be multifaceted, to cover all of the different barriers of the divide that we were seeing. So we got grant funding to purchase devices, to bring on a staff person. We developed a 5-week curriculum that's specifically tailored to the disability community. So not just from start to finish. And then that ongoing support, like tech support, that one-on-one, the drop-in support for people to really use and navigate a device to achieve their independent living goal. And that's the real mission of our organization, is to help people be able to really live the lives of their choosing and to provide that support so they can do it. And obviously, access to digital is everything, right? It's everything about connectivity with friends and family. It's getting resources, it's finding a job, it's finding housing, it's accessing healthcare, it's everything. And so the other thing that we did during the pandemic was we did a survey of the people we were serving, and we found very large percentage of folks with disabilities were extremely isolated, worsening mental health and physical health. And much of it due to the fact that they were really exponentially disconnected during the pandemic. While all of us were able to connect with family and friends and our doctors, many in our community weren't able to do any of that. So I think that was a real issue that we needed to tackle as it relates to getting folks engaged, getting them to achieve some of their independent living goals, was really getting access to the digital space. I will say, as it relates to like telemedicine, I think, you know, for some folks in the disability community, it was really in many ways a lifeline. I know a lot of people who rely on paratransit, you know, the door-to-door service to get from your home to your destination for folks that can't ride fixed route transit. And when that is repeatedly late, they were missing doctor's appointments. And so not only is your health declining, you're also paying potentially fees for missing your appointment. And so that, you know, the ability to be able to access healthcare via telemedicine was really good for so many people who had just physical barriers getting to the doctor. And I would say on the flip side, the challenges are really the access to the digital platforms. Are they accessible? Are they compliant with web accessibility standards and some of the new rules that have come out? And so that still remains a barrier to accessing healthcare for people with disabilities when it comes to digital.
Yeah, the point about your survey and the social isolation piece for the disabled community, it reminds me, we conducted surveys with people who responded to our conducted interviews with people who responded to our survey of using telehealth, and we spoke to people with multiple chronic conditions. And interesting, they like using telehealth services to help them feel connected to the world and to their providers, but even more so, what they miss or enjoy doing more was actually that in-person experience of going to see their provider, and of it being the time of having this purpose in the day to be able to get dressed, go out and interact with somebody was really kind of the only social interaction that they could potentially have during the day.
Exactly.
Well, these are all great points, and it's clear that despite all the progress that we've seen in the use of telehealth services and the use of technology during COVID, there are still plenty of barriers and gaps that persist. So I want to pose this to the panel, and we could start with Amy. What do you think are the persisting barriers that we're dealing with today and moving forward?
So now we're hitting a funding gap, right? Because the Affordable Connectivity Program sunset last year, right? And so folks who were getting reduced fee internet access, right? They were getting about $30 a month in benefit through the FCC program. And that started from the emergency broadband benefit that began earlier in the pandemic. It was intended to go in perpetuity, but so many families, there were over 25 million families that accessed the ACP, the fund ran out before it was intended. And so now you have folks who are reliant on this connectivity, and then that was cut off. Now, again, this is where our telecom friends have been able to bridge the gap in many cases, right, and help provide lower cost options. But, as you were saying, there are still folks who just cannot afford that on the salaries that they've got or the money that they have to live on. And so in the absence of that gap, and then that's, before you consider rural communities that still aren't even connected in any way, right? And there were huge amounts of money, billions and billions of dollars appropriated to all the states through BEAD funding, right? And it's intended to be a build out. Now the question with all these cuts that are going on and, reducing government expenditures, is BEAD funding going to be one of those things that's on the chopping block, right? And so the fear is that all of the progress we made through the course of the pandemic, what we learned, how to get folks connected, all of those things are going to start to be scaled back and rolled back. And so I think this, my nickel's worth of free advice is that that's going to directly impact people's health outcomes, right? If you don't have access to your healthcare providers, and especially if you're in a rural community or a poor community, don't have access to transportation, don't have childcare, don't have time off from work to be able to even go and see a doctor, you're just not going to be able to afford it, right? And so, this is why, the ACA was so transformational, right? Because it was about preventative care. Those are the things that go to the wayside when you don't have regular access, whether through physical means or through the internet, right? Through telehealth and telemedicine. And so those are the gaps right now where I see communities falling back through the cracks. Those are, lowering health outcomes, right? So if I think of the Latino community that has high instances of heart disease, high rates of diabetes, high rates of obesity, these are conditions that need continual care and continual access to health care. And without that, folks are going to be sicker. And we're going to start seeing more people in the emergency room being treated for catastrophic illness versus that preventative care over time.
Sarah?
Yeah, I just piggyback off of what you said. So there are people out there that have to choose between food and picking up their medication that they need. And now you're going to add paying for minutes or paying for like internet. Which one are you going to pick? So we do have to figure out a way to solve that. I grew up in a rural area, and I remember my stepfather was telling me a conversation he had with somebody on a dirt road in a rural area. And he was like, we got 10, our internet's 10 now. And he's like, what do you mean it's 10? 10 what? It's like 10. Well, he thought it was like a scale from 0 to 10 and 10 being the best. He was at 10 speed, finally. I mean, how are you supposed to have a conversation with your like physician or a nurse or a pharmacist where your speed's going in and out? Or imagine if you're hearing impaired and trying to have that translate. I mean, you can't do that. So you're already having that problem. So I do think there are still places that do have like speed or access. Also, if you don't have it, let's say you, like they say, go to the library, or go, now they're saying go to a bank, people are trying to figure out, go to this place that's in your community and go to a telehealth appointment. Well, think about some of the most sensitive information or times in your life, or when you're talking about your healthcare, add behavioral health to that. And it is the most sensitive time. Now we have security because we have hackings and other types of things that can happen with your information, but even just having a safe place to feel like you can have that conversation. And if you can't, if your home doesn't feel safe, maybe that's not right, or maybe it is. Just like meeting that person, like they can go where they feel comfortable to have that conversation, is like, I think, really important as well. Another thing is like what you said about people going into the emergency department. One thing we don't track are like people's devices. So it's like something like, so you go in and you say, okay, I need to follow up with you. Well, you just left the emergency department. You need to get hooked into primary care. You need to have this service. Here's this community. How do you get a hold of the person? If they have a burner phone, they don't have good technology. And so one thing that hospitals were doing was like, okay, well, maybe we can give out devices, or we can be help part of that solution. But there are federal and state fraud and abuse laws that say if I hand something out to you for free, that might look like you're trying to get more services. And so there was some movement on that, like changing some of the laws around it, but it's still not like clear cut. Like, and so it became like, a lot of times people say like, if you end up in the emergency room, like all the systems have failed you. Now, sometimes, yes, you break your leg and you gotta go to the emergency room. But a lot of times, if you look back across that person's life, it could be a lot of different things that failed you all the way through. Like, how did you, like you said, they're gonna end up in the emergency room in a catastrophe, like in a place where they are going to have, it's gonna cost the system a lot of money. They themselves are gonna have hard quality outcomes. And then once you leave the hospital, what happens to you? Do you go back out and without those like wraparound services and support? So I think one of the things where I think that's something that we need to like focus on is thinking about that. And I do think maybe looking at the fraud, waste, and abuse laws, you know, some of the, like an obvious fraud is like the telehealth scams that are happening, right? Where people get scammed into, they target people that are vulnerable and they scam them, like that obviously. But also look on the other side of it is like, what can healthcare providers do to support their communities? Are they the right people to support them? A lot of times they want to be that. Even advising clients, like to give out an iPad, it's like, okay, well now you need to put an agreement in place and like do all this documentation so that we can say like they're only using it for healthcare. We're not trying to get their business, and then you know, and then have like these rules around its usage. But even the widespread like handing out of devices it's hard to do in healthcare right now. It's not, you can legally do it, but it's hard to do like a big wide scale part of that, but it might actually have a lot of good impact. And I think last but not least is like the data around it. So if someone shows up in the emergency room and you want to say like do you have internet, or do you have a device, or, and so like to track that data so that we understand that like that's no different than saying I don't have transportation, like you said, Karen, or I don't have food today, or I don't know where. Like, why don't we track that so we can have data, so good people like you, Fred, and others that like that do research around it can show like there is an impact, but without that data, it's really hard. It's hard. Everyone can say it's anecdotal. I don't think it is, but I do think like hardcore data would be fantastic to support like additional efforts.
Great, and let's, before we turn to Q&A, I kind of want to try to end this on a bright note. Yeah. And so what solutions do you see for some of these barriers and challenges? And kind of what bright spots can you point to either in the provider community, in the policy community, or among advocates that can really help address some of the barriers to access and use of telehealth? And let's start with Karen. You touched on a lot of barriers in your first question, so if you have any additional points from the prior question as well, feel free to.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the barriers for us is just dealing with extreme poverty and people not being able to afford devices and connectivity. But I also think, it's really important that community-based organizations that get funds, grant funds to do the work, to distribute the devices and to do the education around digital is really, really critical. And so I think that that's a really important piece because we're serving people who have never heard of a Google search and really basic things that we really all take for granted and are learning for the first time how to turn on a computer or get an email for the first time. Like that's the level that we're really working with folks on. So I think continuing to support the community-based work of organizations that are meeting people where they're at and the needs that that community specifically has is really, really important. We've served 119 people in just a year, and we have a wait list of 57 people who are waiting to get access to this. So I think the continuation of funds is a really important thing. I also think some of the bright spots, particularly in the healthcare space, was a few years ago, the new update to Section 504, the new rule with HHS to really combat health discrimination against people with disabilities in healthcare, particularly entities that are receiving federal financial assistance. So this rule has a section on digital access. And it talks about healthcare entities that receive federal financial assistance, which is most hospitals, right? Adopting the web content accessibility guidelines for websites and also making their mobile apps kiosks, so self-service kiosks at hospitals, and telehealth platforms accessible. So that was, I think, one of the most fundamental leaps forward for the disability community in terms of accessing healthcare and addressing the real healthcare disparities that we see in our community is creating greater access to healthcare, but also greater access to the digital points of entry to accessing healthcare. So that was really important, and it became enforceable as of July, this past July. And then also the Department of Justice final rule to Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which covers local government, state and local government, also requires compliance with mobile apps and web content. And so that's another area for particularly maybe locally run health clinics, municipal health clinics and things like that, information that you might get from your public health department. All of those platforms really have to be accessible. So for our community, those were two really, really, really bright spots. But I'll just close by saying, some of the really, what you called earlier, the multiplier effects, the things that have really come of it, many of the people that we're serving, because now they can get access to the internet for the first time, they're getting employment for the first time. Many are getting housing. We have people who are using their iPad who are blind, who are learning how to cook through the Audible voice feedback and are able to follow recipes and cook. We have someone that is learning English because of it. And then we also have a lot of people that we're serving that are now able to refill their prescriptions, to make telehealth appointments, and to talk to their doctor and to schedule their own appointments. So we're actively working with them. And this is literally the first time that they've ever been able to do this because they've never had a device and they've never been connected before. So I think we have to think about really this as a determinant of health and how access to digital can really change lives.
Wow, that's really powerful. Amy, what about you? What bright spots have you seen within your organization or other means to address some of these barriers?
So I would say our ability to have these conversations has gotten better over time. And what we've seen is a groundswell. So we lead a coalition called the Health Equity Collaborative. And it started as a ragtag coalition of about 12 organizations that were invested in top-line issues of health equity, but through the pandemic, and since then, we've grown to almost 60 national organizations, and it's not just Hispanic organizations, African American, AAPI, we have some disability groups, some patients' rights groups, we even have National Grange as one of our coalition partners, because these top-line issues of health equity transcend all of the, any of the differentiations, right? And so while there's nuance to all of our communities and the independent needs of our communities, what we've been able to do is coalesce voices to say, look, as top line issues, we need to make sure we're paying attention to it. And COVID really brought that into perspective for lawmakers. Now, with the new administration, with the new Congress, we're going to see how that still resonates, right? But up to this point, we have seen, but what I do know is that community is coalesced in a really meaningful way. And so that's a bright spot moving forward.
Great. Anything you want to quickly add, Sarah, before we
Sure. I
turn
would
to the
say
Q&A?
a bright spot is where I started from is like technology's advanced, which can be a good thing and a bad thing, right? And so I just think like, for example, remote patient monitoring, the idea that you don't have to get in your car to drive to a doctor to have your blood pressure tested, or like get on a bus or the metro, all stressed out to then, like have your blood pressure's through the roof, right? You can be at home and that data can get to your doctor. I think and that the doctor can bill for that under like certain parameters and rules, I think is an advance and an optimistic. It's just leaving the people behind, because I think that ultimately we want everyone to have access to this technology. I think also just to hit on AI, which can be a bright spot, and also like there's the weighing of it, which is right now we have this opportunity to have data at our fingertips to like find inadequacies or care protocols that are not fair to everybody. There's like a lot of opportunity here, but if we don't have everyone's data into these algorithms, into these protocols, we will leave people behind. So it's like very critical, and like right now that we have that data, that we get everyone into our system, that we're looking at it, not just to find the things that our system's doing wrong, but to make sure we're treating people with evidence-based medicine in a consistent way, and that we're also wrapping services around people that have high needs so that we're supporting them, because our healthcare system interacts with all our systems. And so, like I said, if you end up in the emergency room, it could have been because 10 different systems failed you to get there. So I think there's such opportunity with the data at our fingertips, the technology. We just need to make sure that we're thinking of everybody, or we really will leave people behind.
Great. Let's turn now to some of the Q&A submissions from the audience. So what suggestions would you recommend for local government and internet service providers what would you recommend they keep in mind when collaborating in this health equity space? Anyone want to tackle that one?
I think one thing I would say is like, if people are not seeking health care because they don't have access to the internet or good high speed, what they're doing is backup telephonic, which even still can be like difficult for people, right? Like whether an access issue or, is there a way to have, when you're trying to access health care, that be a different plan, a different something, set in a culturally competent way, so that people can have access even if they don't have, I want people to have access for all kinds of different reasons, but at least have a backstop that for healthcare, at least you have access, or some other like critical areas like education, but like we're on healthcare panel, so I'm gonna say healthcare right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I would also say to that point, when local communities are looking at urban planning, when they're looking at build out, that access to Wi-Fi community-wide is critical, right? And I might even say it's as necessary as food and water at this point, right? Especially when you're talking about access to healthcare.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, and just say, again, support for communities that are doing the work, that are reaching the people that most need access to internet, to devices, things like that.
Okay. We got another question here on licensing laws. So the question here is, current laws ban telehealth across state lines. This significantly limits patients receiving care from organizations unless they live in that state. And it makes it difficult for patients to connect to their doctors when out of town. How do we get past licensing laws that Congress, how do we get past the licensing laws that Congress suspended during the pandemic?
So I would say there's two layers, right? So this is like we're doing a civics lesson that's going to sound really important right now, but like federal and state, right? So federal, when we put the waivers in effect for telehealth, they said, I remember there was a big announcement and it was, okay, we're going to have reimbursement. We're going to, your licensure can go across state lines and a couple other things, right? Well, I was like, well, that's great, but each state actually makes the decision about your license, not the federal government. So there is, like, for reimbursement, you have to fill out a form with electronic that says you've met all these things, like where's the site of service, here's the code that you're billing, all this, right? And like, is the person appropriately licensed as part of when you can drop a bill to the federal government or even to other payers? So, but we also need to look at state law. And I would say not just doctors. I would say if we're really going to care for somebody, you need pharmacists, social worker, you need a lot of different license categories, and they're licensed differently in each state. When we look at one of the changes that did happen was the idea of like for physicians of being able to go across state line, like have a national compact that if you meet XYZ qualifications that you could go across state lines. Otherwise, you're looking state by state. There are more states after the pandemic put in place telehealth licensure categories than were there before. So there is definitely more opportunity, but you as a patient, wherever you end up in the state, that's the license category for you to have a telehealth visit or not often in the analysis. So it just seems like if we want everyone to have the opportunity for the best care, then we need people to be able to access across state lines. And again, I wouldn't just focus on, I do love my doctors, don't get me wrong, but I would also focus on other license categories that don't have as much, I guess, traction in changing those state laws across borders.
If I could add to that, Fred, on the patient side of that,
Yeah.
privacy laws, right? Because, most folks don't know this, but unless it is the hospital and your doctors or the insurance company, apps that track your health data aren't covered by HIPAA laws, right? So in the case of, right, there are lots of different states banning access to reproductive health care, right? But if you use a period tracker, it's not covered by HIPAA. That data is being collected and sold to state and local governments, right? For the purposes of tracking folks to see if they're moving across state lines, right, to get access to reproductive care. So I would say that in addition to the licensure, it's super important, right, on the patient side to figure out how to have some kind of federal privacy protection with regards to your data.
That's a good point. We hadn't really touched on privacy laws this session yet. I have another question that relates to both the provider side and the patient side. So how does the evolution of telehealth affect like the training needs of both providers and of kind of patients and consumers moving forward? Is anyone providing this type of training? Is it happening in med schools? And where are those gaps? And have you seen anything promising in terms of practices within your organizations?
Yeah, I mean, I can take the provider side, although, again, I'm a lawyer, not a clinician. I remember the very first time I was sitting in a conference and hearing somebody say they're going to take an iPad, a doctor's going to take an iPad during the residency into a room and being like, I don't know how I feel about that, right? Now I wouldn't think anything of it. So I do think there's more training, but I almost think more on the workforce side, it's burnout, it's people reflecting their community. And then, I think having access to technology, but not having that technology get between you and the patient, right? Where if you're sitting here typing on your screen, if I was sitting here like this, do you even think that I'm listening to you? Do you feel cared for? So I think, I do think there's training with it, but I also think making sure that people feel heard can be so much part of your care. I've heard AI solutions that actually are helpful to that, where it's kind of helping you transcribe so you can get back talking to people again as well. But I think that there's definitely training and changes happening. On the patient side, I would give it to our advocates to
And
answer.
one more thing on the provider side. I know, I work quite a bit in EHR technology and the use of electronic health records, and I know that well before COVID, providers were, in residency and in medical school getting training on how to use electronic health records. So I think they've already received that training on the digital capacity side. and probably have learned a lot of the training of like, engage with your patient and not with your device when you're imputing in your physician notes on your EHR. So I think that has kind of been in play quite a bit on the provider side. And, because telehealth visits are fairly easy, like for somebody who's a trained physician to be able, like a younger, newer doctor should be able to use those fairly easily. I think maybe it's the training on maybe some of the older physicians might be a bit of a barrier. Now on the patient side, any Karen, do you have anything to add, or Amy?
I would just say it's all kind of part and parcel of compassionate, inclusive care, right? Yeah. Like it all leads into the same thing, yes. Whether it's culturally competent, linguistically competent, right? Competent for who you're serving at that moment, right?
Yeah, I think being able to, like, from clinicians, one of the things that this is my theory, was like trauma met trauma. And so like people were getting madder and madder in healthcare. Like someone came in as a patient, they're upset, and like the clinician, everyone's really burnt. Like if you're burnt out, it's really hard. But so take that time where the clinician now is the one maybe teaching the patient how to use the technology. And so sometimes that could be helpful, because there is like this barrier that can like almost open up more dialogue with some people. And others, it's a screen that's creating a barrier, and it might be hard for the patient experience, but also hard for the clinician who's trying to walk them through it. If you're like trying to like, okay, I'm double booked and I got 3 more appointments to go to, and like the things like you have to walk somebody through like their technology or their technology fails. It can be probably frustrating on, I think, both sides of that equation.
All right, we have one last question, which is I think going to be a tough one. I'm not sure if anyone will know the answer to this one. Is there a calculation that illustrates the cost of preventable negative health outcomes for the U.S. versus the cost of equipping low-income Americans with devices and internet access?
I would love that. I don't run numbers. I think, so there were these Z codes that were codes, like everything's code-based in healthcare, right? That's how we bill. And so it was like tracking different codes. There are some chronic care codes where it says like you can do like an assessment to see does somebody have food disparity issues or other, and so you could go through this analysis, and there's some ability to bill for it. So I mean, I don't know what the best answer is on it, but I feel like if we had more data on it, if we could like get it into an electronic medical record where someone could spit out like when we have this happens, then I think we would be able to track it better.
I guess the economists on the panel should probably chime in on this one, but I think you can come up with a back.
I'm definitely not an economist. No one even tried to say that I was.
I mean, whoever submitted this, I can give you some pointers if you want to go answering it. But I think backing out the cost of equipping low-income Americans with devices and internet access is fairly straightforward. You can get an approximation of the number of people, the average cost of a device, and the cost for getting internet access. On preventable health outcomes, there is a lot of literature out there on how prevalent certain preventable health outcomes are, or types of like hospital readmission type
there's
things.
like avoidable admissions and readmissions that you could track, but the rest of it's...
The tricky part though is like, if you're trying to do like a cost-benefit analysis, those aren't necessarily preventable via telehealth though, right? So you really want to and this is the tough thing, people have tried to say like, what are the cost savings of telehealth services by improving health, and it's really challenging to do. And if somebody could do that, document that, I think they'd have a very good study on their hands.
I keep saying that I want to do, so now I'm going to put you on the spot because I'm not the economist, but I would love for somebody really to look at all the different social determinants of health and say, are they all sitting in the same places? Like I've never seen the study that says these are the same people that have food deserts, that have like digital deserts, that have transportation, like that study, because I think that's the problem. Until we have the study that says these are the communities that are most at risk by zip code, this is an at-risk community, right? When we have, and I think we have some of that information, then we can say, because otherwise it gets too complicated, because people are people, right? It can't just target right into digital. So I think we need somebody that runs numbers to do that study.
Well, I think we've run out of time, unless anyone has any final thoughts here, but I would just like to thank everyone on the panel for their great responses, thoughtful insights, and taking the time to come here and present to everyone. So thank you very much. And to everyone else right now, we have about a 10 or 15-minute break before the next panel session on tribal communities.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's right. It's different for everybody.
Good. All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is wonderful to be here. Thank you all so much for this great opportunity. I'm pleased to be here with my set of esteemed panelists this afternoon for our conversation on expanding digital opportunity in rural and tribal communities. So before we get started, in this conversation, we will cover the historic opportunity to leverage funds that Congress has obligated to the states for broadband deployment and adoption in the least served rural and tribal communities. So before we begin, I'm going to ask everyone to do a quick, brief introduction. I will start. My name is Lindsay Moyer. I am Vice President of State Government Affairs for Comcast.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Joshua Williams, Program Lead for Connectivity and Emerging Technologies with Rural LISC.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Guild. I am the Vice President of Strategy and Programs at Farm Worker Justice.
My name is Christopher Key. I'm born from the red running into the water, born to the Whitewater clan. I am the co-founder and board member of Hespers.
Wonderful. Well, we were all just talking backstage in the green room that we are all traveling in today to be here for this conversation. None of us are particularly based in DC, and so really, really appreciate all of you being here to represent your organizations and the work that you are all doing. So as we begin, one question that I'd like each of you to respond to: what stands out to you about the potential for these generational investments in the rural and tribal communities that you work with? Joshua, I'll start with you.
I can start, well, at the risk of upsetting people in the room and watching, I do want to tell you, go Birds. Congratulations to the Eagles for winning. We got a couple
that was not
Eagles
a plan. It may have been a plan.
We'll throw it out there. But no, so I'm with Rural LISC. If you're not familiar with LISC, it is the Local Initiative Support Corporation. We are an organization that provides funding and resources to partner organizations that in turn provide those same resources to people in places. And we started the rural division to, like the name says, target the rural areas, but we support urban as well. So what we see is this opportunity with the group that I work with. We have the Broadband Help Hub, and we provide broadband planning, GIS mapping, funding, partnerships, and et cetera for organizations looking to expand or enhance their infrastructure, start digital literacy programs, and of course provide computer devices. But we understand the importance of community engagement and education. So we were talking backstage, there's a lot of funding coming in, whether it's federal, whether it's philanthropic, private. But if you don't bring the communities along the way and educate them on what all of this means down to the basic level, what is broadband? What do we mean by digital literacy? This funding is going to come in and we're going to start this infrastructure project. What does all of that mean to them? Because you fail to do so, you get the funding, you deploy your infrastructure, no one comes to sign up for it, so you're left with like a cherry red Lamborghini and no engine, right? So we understand the importance of the funding, but we have to communicate that to the community members so they can take advantage of it.
Absolutely. Alexis.
So first of all, I just want to say thank you for inviting me to be a part of this. You know, farm workers aren't often part of this conversation, so certainly very much appreciate having this opportunity. Farm Worker Justice, we are a national farm worker advocacy organization. We work with various organizations at the national, state, and local level, including community-based organizations, health centers, migrant seasonal Head Start, labor unions and others, legal services providers. And what's really important, I think, to begin the conversation, and this was touched on a little bit during the day, but who are farm workers? So farm workers are about 2.4 million farm workers in the US. They are predominantly Latino. They are predominantly limited English proficient. They are also low wage, and they live in rural communities, and not just rural communities, but they live in more isolated communities. They sometimes live in areas that are unincorporated and therefore don't have the access to the municipal services. Some live in employer-provided housing and therefore they don't have the ability to control their living conditions. So farm workers are often at the end in terms of their access to many things in their communities, but including digital literacy, including broadband. And what's also important to note is that, farm workers, there is this national survey that's done by the Department of Labor called the National Agricultural Workers Survey. And this is a biennial survey of US crop workers. And it did have a digital access supplement in 2022. And it did show that about 90% of farm workers had a smartphone. But only 40% had a computer, and only about 18% had a tablet. So they primarily use their phones for communication purposes. And so being able to have the basic skills of how do you open an email? How do you access telehealth that was discussed during the last panel? How do you access other resources in your community? They don't necessarily have those skills. So how do you go about doing that? Well, you have to involve the community, and you have to really provide those skills through trusted messengers. And I think what's so important is that, and the opportunity is not only to empower workers to understand their community resources, their rights, their workplace rights, as well as their general rights. But also, as we think about mechanization in agriculture, farm workers really need to be a part of that conversation because they are the experts. They are in the fields. They know what will work, but they also have to be able to have those digital literacy skills in order to be able to be part of that conversation. So I think that's really where the opportunity is really bringing in the community, creating resources tailored to the community, and then engaging the community not only in terms of economic mobility that was also discussed, but also around access to healthcare, access to schools, access to resources. So it's vitally important.
Well, let me take a little bit of a departure. The engineering part of me says that it's critical to understand who you're working with and the values that are incorporated into a community. So I'm going to go with this. I'm the embodiment of the relocation program, the termination program, and the removal program. I am also a degree of separation from people who were born, when they were born, weren't born citizens of this United States. Those happen to be my grandfolks. I'm 2% of the overall population. So it kind of gives you context about what tribal communities are all about. When you layer all these factors and you begin to understand the probability of success given opportunities that are provided to this overall community base. So the one thing I would have to say is that as technology goes, we're limited because of accessibility. Broderick mentioned accessibility and adaptation or adoption, excuse me. Those two are one and the same when we're talking about tribal communities. We have to be clear and present mind that the people that we're working with don't necessarily all follow the same pursuit. They're all at different levels, and that's a greater understanding. Again, it also helps that somebody like myself, who they can relate to, will provide that guidance and not give it, provide the guidance, but also support them in the overall development of what they want to do. Listening is key factor. So, as I mentioned before, 2% of the overall population. Another statistic in Arizona, for example, there are only 34% of all schools in Arizona have a computer curriculum, computer science curriculum. Of that, the reservation I come from just started one. So that kind of gives you an idea how significant this is. The balance is crucial because we have to create a basis from which there's a lack of understanding just because there was a lack of opportunity, but that doesn't say that moving forward, the path isn't going to be prosperous. Look at me here. I'm sitting in this nation's capital amongst peers, esteemed colleagues, sharing information on the development and the capacity of creating opportunities for other communities, not just Native Americans.
What a way to start this conversation. I wrote down intentional and authentic. We've got to keep tailoring for our communities and providing tools and critical support. So thank you all very much for these early insights. Building off of that, you've all touched on the importance of relationships and of trust to ensure that these investments in digital connectivity are truly accessible and transformative for both rural and tribal communities. What key learnings or practices would you lift up from the places that you are working with? How important is the language that we use? Alexis, maybe we'll start with you.
Of course. So as mentioned this morning, infrastructure is only the first step. Adoption is crucial, but how do you ensure that it is adopted? Well, you have to use community members. They are trusted individuals. They know the community. They know how to reach out to the community. We had a project that we did in 2024 around digital literacy. And what we learned was the materials that we were using, they were great materials. They were very basic materials that were needed around how do you open an email account? How do you navigate the internet? Basic skills that these community members wanted to have and needed. However, a lot of the materials weren't quite tailored for farm workers. So it didn't reflect the realities that farm workers faced. And while it was in Spanish, just because it's in Spanish doesn't necessarily mean that it will be accessible to the members who are receiving the information. So creating information, creating materials that are for multiple populations, multiple learning styles, for those who may be limited Spanish proficient. Many farm workers are coming from indigenous communities in Central America and Mexico. They learn an indigenous language as their primary language, and Spanish is a second language. And so they are limited Spanish proficient and have their own unique cultural beliefs that they carry with them when they come to the United States. And so tailoring these resources, making sure that they not only are receiving tablets, but that they also are learning how to use a tablet, and then where can I actually use it? Like, is there broadband here that I can, is there Wi-Fi, can I use it? So those steps I think are crucial, but using those community members, being in areas where farm workers are, using opportunities where, for example, there are parent meetings and parents are there, and you provide information about one aspect of digital literacy and then build from there. That's what's so crucial.
Josh or Chris?
Well, I'll build on that. Just focusing on trust, like you mentioned, and we shared in the meeting, and I shared this with you guys. Trust is easily built. I mean, it's hard to build, but very easy to lose. So we mentioned, meeting people where they are and building a relationship with them. I know I've experienced firsthand of working with people. Hey, I'm from the local government, or I'm from this organization, and we want to work with you and provide these free resources. And well, I had this experience the last time someone told me it was free. I received a bill 3 months later, and I had to call local government to get that rectified. So I don't want to participate in it. Digital literacy, I remember working with someone who had trepidation about participating in the program, and convinced him. He attended the first session, and I checked in with the digital navigator. He missed the next 3, so I was able to get in touch with him. Hey, what happened? Well, I made a decision to show up, but when I showed up, I felt belittled because I didn't know a very basic step, and I felt like I was judged instead of supported. So he discontinued. So it's hard to build, easy to lose, and I think to your point, just getting in with community institutions that are, I call them boots on the ground, right? These are people that work with their communities on a day-to-day basis. They're on the first name basis instead of me showing up a complete outsider saying, hey, I'm going to fix your issues, and I don't have a relationship with you to do that.
Yeah, I would piggyback on the trust factor, especially when we're talking about Native American communities. And you all know the history and the atrocities that we've had to overcome and continue to overcome. That in itself, it's really hard for an outsider to come on the reservation. And simply for that fact, and you ask yourself, well, you know what, we just want to acquire data. That's the biggest thing that people don't want to give up. You give them data, what are they going to do with it? And from the outside looking in, they're like, okay, these people don't want any help because they don't want to give up anything. That is an excellent example of not understanding and knowing the community at large that you're trying to help. Long past are the days when somebody comes in and say, this is the problem that you have. We want to fix it for you without even having consultation from a tribal member or anybody in the community. You know, and quite frankly, we have young folk that are coming up that understand that. They have a voice, they amplify it, they represent themselves. At Hesperus, one of the things that we understood going in is that, you know, not always do you work with tribal leadership, because think about it, tribal leadership has so many things on their plate. So the information that we give them, seldom, you know, is disseminated to the grassroots. Our effectiveness is working with the community members, those individuals who drive what they need, because we understand the need is coming directly from them. And along with our partners, people that understand and want to work side by side with us, but also have the understanding that this isn't all a one-sided thing. They're coming in and they actually want to help. They actually want to provide, you know, digital literacy, which is a big thing. And those relationships are bonded in the significance of what you see, the aftermath, the success, the students running around coding, the students, you know, cooperatively working with another generation for cultural and traditional preservation. Those are things that are big. Those are things that are relevant. But those are only things that we know to be instruments because we know the community. And that's what I think is relevant when working in any community. You don't go in there and say, hey, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. You know what? I think that, no, that doesn't work. Because you're going to turn them off just like that. History shows that.
So trust is essential.
Absolutely.
And we all have to be cognizant of the fact that perhaps we're not even the right messengers for the right communities. And we can take a look at ourselves and say, okay, then how do we identify who the right person is to work with, and pace ourselves and take our time and make sure we're using the right language. And it's not even, you know, sometimes it's just the words we use when we're talking about technology. And I think most of us in the room have been doing this work for some time, maybe practitioners, maybe academics, and you're used to using a certain set of language. I remember being in a conversation with someone and talking about the benefits of broadband and how to access broadband and a program that Comcast has. And they were like, this is really great information, thank you. I just have one question. What is broadband? And at that moment, I was like, wow, I need to back way up and start again. But folks are gonna you have to meet people where they are and recognize that this is a journey, and building that trust and working with partners that understand the unique needs are gonna be critical in helping to accelerate that work.
You know, absolutely. You know, we are a national organization, but we work with community-based organizations. And the reason why community-based organizations are so important is because, as has been discussed, this whole panel, they are from the community, they are in the community, they know the community, they are the best messengers. We saw that during COVID. You know, COVID-19 was discussed during the last panel. What was most successful in getting farm workers vaccinated and tested? Working with promotores de salud and making sure that the promotores were there to provide the information. They had the trust, they knew how to communicate the message to the communities. And, you know, farm workers, there's so much going on. They work 12-hour days for very low wages in extremely hazardous conditions. And the vast majority of farm workers are food insecure. They don't have access to the fruits and vegetables that they harvest. It is one of the most ironic features of working with farm worker communities is that they themselves happen to be food insecure because they can't afford the fruits and vegetables that keep us healthy. So there's so much going on, but they want this digital literacy. They want this access. And so responding to those needs and making sure that, again, you meet them where they are. And that might mean, you know, going to the laundromat and providing just a short 5-minute lesson, you know, at a laundromat. Or it might mean being at the Walmart parking lot and just providing information, or it might mean a longer session. But you have to understand that you have to be in the community in order to be able to do that successfully.
It's interesting to me because, like you said, we all know the terminology, right? And I remember when I was first learning more about broadband and the broadband types and just the language, just having a conversation with someone that has years of experience, and they were using words like jitter and latency and really going down a rabbit hole. And, you know, I didn't want to seem like I didn't know, so I'm like nodding aggressively, like, yeah. But in my mind, I'm just seeing advanced calculus, right? And so we use this terminology, like the acronyms, even with BEAD, like just being cognizant of the fact that just keeping things simple and stripping things down to the basic level, and so people can understand what we are saying to them and why, and the importance of it. I don't understand the importance of something that I don't understand.
I think another thing we have to really consider and bring to the forefront is the fact that, at least for our experience with Hesperus, is understanding that we don't have all the answers. We're not everything. We're not the all-be-all to everything else. But what we do have, we have relationships. We have a community. We have like-minded individuals who can find us those answers, and quite frankly, also help us along the way in this journey. So that's really, really relevant, because that not only says, you know, we have the wherewithal to ask somebody else, but that also brings those partners into the fold. They have a greater understanding for what the community is. And I always say, what is community? For us, community is family. That's all it is. It's family.
And some of our members of our own family provide a good test case for how challenging some of this stuff is at times. But anyway, I digress. Okay, so many rural and tribal places are poised to maximize the many larger co-benefits of digital infrastructure deployment for broader economic diversification, accelerating rural business growth, and other quality of life and community benefits. What are the ways that you're looking beyond just the deployment of physical infrastructure to maximize these transformational changes that these investments can bring? Chris, maybe I'll start with you this time.
I think you really have to look at it and break it down. You can't have one without the other. You know, you have levels of individuality just as well as you have the level of knowledge. And when it comes to technology, there are some in the community that understand and have a wealth of knowledge, but they don't have the voice yet. And you got to mentor those individuals. You have to have a greater base of understanding and communication so that you can empower them and provide them the opportunity so they too can evangelize and be that message out there. Those individuals are in the community. And when you pair them up with people that are elders, you create a better sense of strength within that community. And I can only speak for the Native American communities. We are very competitive. So when you see one community that has something over here, the other community is going to say, hey, I want that. And more importantly, I want that, but I want to be better at it. And that drives it. And that's what you want. You want to be able to provide them that opportunity so they can take it, mold it, and do what they wish with it. And that's, to me, is the most empowering thing you can do. Looking forward, as technology goes, we have to have that understanding that, you know, not everybody is an engineer, not everybody is a X, Y, and Z, but we have to just sit and listen and provide that opportunity for them to tell us what it is that they want to be, or they see what they see in the community. You know, going back to the tradition, when people say they come on the reservation, they're talking to elders, and they're like, okay, they walk away, but they said, I'm not getting any response. And my response to that is that elders are processing this. They're looking at you. They're looking at your body language. They're reading your energy. They're listening to what you have to say. And they're not going to come up with an immediate response. They're processing it. That's the way things are done. So I would say that in the realm of moving forward, that's what we need to do a little more.
Alexis or Joshua, anything?
Well, we are looking at doing a training of trainer model. So a lot of our programs, and we engage in policy advocacy, we also do programmatic work. And a lot of our programmatic work is with these community-based organizations, but they're training of trainers. So we work with the promotores de salud, the community health workers, the staff at the organization. We train them, and then they go out into the communities and they provide the information. And we are looking to do that around digital literacy because the promotores also need the digital literacy training. They themselves may not have all of those skills that we may assume that they have. So not only are you empowering these promotores, these staff, these community health workers, not only are you empowering them and providing them with information about digital literacy to improve their own lives and to access health portals, to access school portals, to access community resources for themselves, but then they in turn are then able to provide the information to the community members. And so everyone wins. And that is what we're looking at in terms of how do we expand the work? How do we really expand the impact? And it's not just working with community members, it's also working with the staff of the organizations and providing that training of trainer model.
Yeah, and we started off, you mentioned economic development, but also want to highlight this community development. We're working with partners that are digital navigators. We call them digital connectors, but they're digital connectors, and we're training the trainer, like you mentioned, building them up and building capacity so they can in turn, serve the people in their communities. But in our recent one, what came out was, hey, this is great. We definitely want to do this with our community, but can we take it a step further and, maybe we can start a community tech hub, like an innovation hub, because oftentimes we think people have to leave rural areas to go to a bigger city to find more opportunities. Right. And we don't want that for our community. We want to build up our community here so that in this rural area, we have all of the economic opportunities that we see elsewhere. We want to have that here. So can you help us build a plan and a strategy around developing an innovation tech hub in our community?
So that ties into one of the things when I was reading the report. A couple of things jumped out at me that I thought were really interesting. One of the things included was high-speed internet supports rural economic productivity, employment, job creation. Rural areas, this supports employment growth and business ownership and entrepreneurialism, especially for women. And so when you're talking about, we don't want to have our kids leave this area to go get a job elsewhere, or I have this idea, I don't want to have to move somewhere that has access just to launch this business. So anyway, that stood out to me and I think dovetails nicely with what you were just saying.
I think one of the correlations that we, at least with Hesperus, what we do is we focus on two pillars, and we call them the next generation of leadership, and that's veterans and the youth. The veterans are going to model the behavior that they've been provided and offered the opportunity working outside and coming back. They have the chain of command, they have the experience, et cetera, et cetera. They also have the ability to learn like sponges, just like kids do. So together they work in tandem. Kids pick up a device and they understand and know what's going on. Where you plug in technology, they're there. But where you also plug in the community is where you have elders, and together they simultaneously work in archiving history, archiving tradition. But those are the two pillars that we look to because they've already been afforded the opportunity to be a greater source of information and also be that mentor that model that behavior.
Mm-hmm. That was another thing I took away from the report. Opportunities to expand digital opportunity and inclusion for military and veteran populations. Mm-hmm. And I know, Chris, you do a lot of work there, and we certainly, the more we can include those that have served this great nation in community with one another, tied into their community, and with the broader communities, it is really, really important. Being lonely or feeling loneliness is something that can be detrimental to mental health and other things. So,
and we speak to the strengths within your community because all you may not know, Native Americans serve in higher per capita at higher rates than any other group in the military. The only other group that supersedes that we as an organization need to do better is Native American women. Mm. And they are the matriarchs of the community. They bring in life. As I said before, I tell the story my grandmother says, who's the first person that shows you what love is? Your mother as she holds you. Who's the first person that you look into the eyes? It's your mother. That is how important it is for us to keep continually and striving to learn more and bring them into the fold.
Mm-hmm.
So one other thing, as we're talking about community development, community development, economic development, that's important, but it's also just understanding the needs and the wants of the community members that you're trying to serve. They say, I don't care about any of that, right? And we've met someone like that. There are a farmer, he cares about tractors. And so to convince them about the importance of connectivity, say, hey, you can watch YouTube videos about tractors from home. That was his introduction to being connected. So with him learning that he can watch tractor videos, now he's connected, and from there he started a YouTube channel. It's about tractors, but he started a YouTube, and so it'll just continue to snowball from there. But just meet people. I guess I'm just stressing the point of meeting people where they are. It may not start with economic development. I just want to watch YouTube videos, and you just build them up from there.
I have 3 small boys. I'm very aware you can watch YouTube videos about
Yeah,
tractors. Trust me, I probably am I'm probably subscribed to this person's YouTube channel. But that actually ties in to one more thing that I thought was really, really interesting, that expanding digital opportunity. Oh no, sorry, hold on, it's this one. The availability of high-speed internet is associated with higher crop yields and higher property value. And so when you were speaking earlier about, the food that keeps us healthy and keeps us fed, that this technology just helps to expand that, advance that, and bring even more return to rural America and to America at large.
Absolutely. And, for farm workers, as I said earlier, mechanization is going to happen in agriculture. It's happening already, the use of AI. We have these tech companies who are coming up with solutions, but they're not the ones who are in the fields day in and day out. They are not the ones who are the experts. It is the workers themselves. Give the workers the tools so that they themselves can come up with the solutions to advance agriculture, make it more efficient, and more importantly, make it safer for the workers who are in the fields.
Really good stuff. So now we are in our lightning round before we move to Q&A. So start putting your questions in now, audience. But let's start with, what would you like the group in this room and those watching online to know about what's at stake here for the rural communities and the populations you serve?
I think just the opportunity, what's at stake is the opportunity to take advantage of once-in-a-lifetime funding. Because with that funding, of course, you can, if you know your exact needs, whether it be access, adoption, or both, if you're able to tap into that funding, you can deploy your infrastructure, and then all of those great things come along, right? Now, I have a computer device, I have digital literacy training. I can provide that for these communities that I serve. And you get it right the first time. I do want to mention that. So we do a lot of work again around mapping, analysis, GIS data. Not to be too technical, just data analysis, right? And so whenever I'm going after any kind of funding, I want to be able to communicate the exact needs, right? I don't want any assumptions about it. Well, I think it's an access need. I think it's an adoption need. No, we work with our partners to make sure they can pinpoint exactly what the needs are, what the barriers are, what the assets are, if they're interested in public-private partnerships. Just lay it all out there and have that listed and be able to communicate that to potential funders. So being able to do that for your communities that you serve and then go after funding, I think it'll enhance your chances.
That's great.
I think what's at stake is ensuring that rural communities have the same opportunities as all other communities in the United States, and that they're able to access digital tools to the same extent as we are able to do. So I think just with a rising tide lifts all boats, right? And so, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to access the resources they need, or if they want to be able to, change their economic status and be able to do something beyond what they are doing. So I think just leveling the playing field.
It's my hope, it's my great hope that as we move forward, as Native communities move forward, that the idea is well known that overall we're 2% of the overall population, which means that at most times we're either out of the scene or not there altogether. And I would ask you how many of you are Native American, or how many of you know Native Americans? we're displaced in X, Y, and Z, but we're still creatively moving forward with what we have. But a lot of the ability is hinged on a condition which, as we all know, as the political climate is right now, it's a limiting factor. We're wholly reliant on federal allocation, completely. And we have to understand what, at this point in time, do we pivot to internally? How do we empower ourselves? We look toward corporate social responsibility efforts. We look toward any way that we can diversify our existence. Because at this point in time, I wake up on a daily basis living my history. But that doesn't prevent me from moving forward. It helps me to think of other alternative ways and measures to make things happen. And I, amongst everyone else in my community, have that same mindset. We have to coalesce. And the message what I'm sending is that there is a lot of opportunity. We need to work with other individuals in identifying those resources. And this here is an excellent example. We have organizations, entities, corporations who are all on the same plane, with a greater understanding of knowing and realizing, hey, there's an opportunity here. It offsets any kind of delinquency that we may have in an environment where you only have 9,000 to 15,000 members. I tell the kids that you could put all of us in the Footprint Center, which is 16,000 people. Seats 16,000. Blow that thing up. There would be no more San Carlos Apaches. That's how critical this is. We have to have that understanding within the community and outside. So it's all about information. It's all about relatability. It's all about, we're all in this together. As critical as technology keeps evolving on a daily basis, my concern is that, if you only have 2 or 3 tribal communities with a digital literacy program, how are we going to maintain our capacity to compete, much less give the opportunity to kids to evolve and provide that opportunity? But we are well aware of that. That's the reason why we're here. That's the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why we have partnerships. We develop that collaboration, and together we'll move forward.
Go ahead.
So
Sure.
I think you've heard, if you're in the room or you're watching, you've heard digital literacy be mentioned in just about every panel. And I'm just mentioning this to build on your point. The reason that is we're working with individuals that, I've worked with someone, they thought a laptop was broken because they couldn't turn it. They didn't know how to turn it on. That was the issue. So we're on this side of this spectrum, whereas AI and quantum computing and all these other different emerging technologies continue to advance at a rapid pace. That's why this digital literacy piece is so important, and we keep coming back to that, because you can turn on the computer, but now we have humanoids walking around. So it's just this gap, right?
What
So
was
that's what we're mentioning.
What was it a while back? It was, algorithms. Now it's AI, LLMs. I mean, those things are just foreign. Just like you were saying, when you talk technology, I got my cousin, who I call my sister because she's my cousin. I was saying something, I was talking, and she hit me in the side. She goes, "Dad, I get there." She says, bring it down. Because, and she was, which I'm happy that she did that, because somebody had to pull my reins in and say, okay, listen, but that's what we need to do.
I agree, and it's interesting when I think it was you, Joshua, that mentioned we're going to build these networks. In some respects, the actual deployment of the networks, it's hard work. It's not for the faint of heart, but it's almost the easy part of the job.
Yeah.
The long-term, really difficult, ongoing part of it is getting the adoption rates that you need. You have to make sure these networks are sustainable for the long term. Folks having the ability to protect themselves online, to access the information they need online, and then to be able to ratchet that up and to use the power of that technology to advance or a thing they want to learn to do, or other avenues. It takes time, and it's really, you have to have all the things we talked about: trust, the right partners, the right messaging, the right use cases. So that's the lion's share of the work, is not just building and deploying the networks, but ensuring that they are used, that they're sustainable, and that folks can access them in a way that is meaningful to their lives, but also to their community's economy and our larger economy.
And I think a point that we were talking about in the back is, how is, you mentioned sustainability, but the aftermath of deployment, who maintains that? Yeah. You know, that's structural, and we need to incorporate workforce development so that we have people from the community that can operate and maintain that base. That's a whole different ancillary opportunity in itself. And the other thing too is, you know, grants. I know that within communities, sometimes it's a pilot grant. You know, what happens after that pilot is over? I mean, but that's the wherewithal to give them information so that we can plan forward.
All right, so while I almost forgot, we have the Q&A from the audience. So thank you for putting these in. A couple really great questions. One, actually, just building off that idea of workforce development. How should we engage with rural and tribal communities from a workforce development and digital skilling perspective to connect them with the jobs increased deployment will bring? Any additional thoughts other than what we just covered?
I can only say that what Hespers does is we identify veterans because obviously they have the acumen and experience to do what they need to do. The other thing is that we embellish on them the opportunity because we understand that veterans in themselves aren't exactly your traditional students. A lot of them have growing families. We work with institutions of higher learning, some of the TCUs, which is Tribal Community Universities, and other areas that they might be able to explore. And not everybody wants to have a 4-year degree, you know, and the opportunity to make $150K just by being a tradesperson, that is substantial, especially when the average median income on a reservation is no larger than $25K, between 18 and 25.
Yeah, I was going to say, having a clear understanding of what the needs are, right? So when you say workforce development, you know, are we talking about broadband technicians? Are we talking about what type of construction are we talking about? Just being clear about what the workforce development needs are, and then doing the research about the paths and partnerships that can be established to achieve that goal.
All right, here's another one we have. Trust is important for expanding digital opportunity in rural and Native communities. What other cultural competencies are needed to work with these communities on this goal? That's a really good one.
Yeah. I would say, I'm glad that this question was asked. We just went through this exercise, right? So if you don't know, you have the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, NDIA, right? And they have this graphic of a pathway to achieving digital access, right? So, you know, affordable internet, a device, digital literacy, technical support. So we posed that to a community we were working with. So this is what this says across the board, but what about for your community? What do you see in your community that's not listed here? Trust was one of those. Relationships, explaining the benefits of these resources and opportunities, instead of just showing up, hey, this is free, or you need this. No, these are the benefits that you can take advantage of if you have this, and that's direct feedback we've received from organizations. You shared this, and that sounds great, but I'm a single parent, I'm working 3 jobs, I'm getting by just fine. I think I'll pass on that. I don't see the significance of it. So being able to communicate the benefits of it and understanding what each community you serve needs, because it'll differ.
Absolutely. I think understanding the needs of the community, I think bringing in the community when developing tools for the community to ensure that it reflects the needs of the community and reflects the community itself. So I mentioned farm workers are a majority Latino, but there is a growing Indigenous population who come from multiple Indigenous communities and speak various languages and all have their own unique cultural identities. And then there are workers who are Haitian, who are white, who are Black, who are Jamaican, who, you know, just across the spectrum. And so they're not a monolith, and every single community is different. And so ensuring that whatever you create reflects the communities that you're serving, reflects their beliefs, reflects their language, reflects their realities. If we're creating a resource for a farm worker and they're shown in this, you know, house that looks like a house that's out of the suburbs, they're not going to relate to that. It doesn't reflect their reality. It doesn't reflect who they are. And so it's ensuring that the resources are reflective. And you do that by bringing in the community when you create resources, when you create trainings, when you're doing these digital literacy workshops or what have you.
For me, it's just a clear, a clear answer. Just show up. You got to show up. Case in point, you know, at a tribal high school, a big semi came up and it was a lab. It was an Intel lab. You know, that raises a lot of attention from the young squirts in the playground to the elders who are checking their mail. Like, they know Intel. They know Dell. They know Comcast. That says a lot. It's very, very powerful. And the other thing that probably I believe is the most instrumental thing in trust is a quote that Miriam Edelman said, "If you can't see, you cannot be." So it's so important that our young kids, along with our community members, see and identify with somebody within their community who can do something outside of the ordinary, which is, you know, in general, what anything. An example is, we have an individual who's living in Taos Pueblo. He works for one of the biggest, you know, tech companies in the world. Little kids go, "Hey, there's Adonis. He works for, you know, X, Y, and Z. You know, I could be that." That's so powerful. That's so inspiring. You know, and he's sitting in his own pueblo. He's a member of the pueblo. He's just your everyday Joe walking around, but yet he's working. You know.
One thing about politics is there's always change, and so in the face of change, how do you all stay focused on the communities you serve and the overall mission, and what best practices do you see in terms of whether it be specific work you're doing, work you see others doing, work you do in conjunction with others? Any thoughts on that?
I'll start us off. I'll keep it related to funding, right? So there's changes. There's, you know, maybe beat is in purgatory. We don't know. But for me, you know, and for our team, it is how do you diversify your approach, right? So I'd rather have more than less, and that's the message that we communicate to our partners. So yes, you have a plan to go after your federal funding, but what are the three other sources of funding that you can go after as well? Do you have a plan for that? Well, I want to work with this ISP and build a public-private partnership. Have you thought about what if that's not feasible for you? What if their missions and values don't align with yours? Because that's also important when we're dealing with partnerships and funding, right? So what's your contingency plan? Like, what's the backup plan? If all of this, worst case scenario, you don't get any of federal funding, then what do? And I think we were talking backstage. Now, you've done all the work, right? You've identified the assets, the barriers, the opportunities. So now you have a tool to go to another funder and say, "Hey, I'd like to build this partnership. I'd like to receive this funding." Well, how do you know what you know? Well, here you go. So I wouldn't take any of this work that people are doing in vain. I think it'll be a tool to be used, whether you're going, whichever avenue of funding that you're going after.
Yeah, I think we were talking about data and even just scoping out the needs of the communities you serve and what gaps there are, and thinking through unique approaches, or how can I model an approach based on something that I've heard working in a community in another area. It's a good exercise to look around and say, we're not in this alone. There's actually a community, there's private sector, there's philanthropic, there's community, there's national groups, there's local organizations. So I think that's a really important point. And we were talking about the importance of data and how, regardless, having that data and understanding how to use it, how to talk about it, it will help in talking about the mission and why it's worth an investment, regardless of who you're speaking to.
And even with having that data still engaged in the local communities, like we were identifying broadband serviceable locations. You know, we're looking at this map. Oh, that looks like it's a serve. No, it was a chicken barn.
Yes.
Right. So but we found that out by engaging with community members and sharing the data that we had. So just every step of the way, as much as possible, just involve members of the local communities that you serve. Yep.
I would say, you know, it's important to be flexible. It's important to adapt. But, at Farm Worker Justice, our mission is our guiding star. And our mission is to empower farm workers and their families to improve their living and working conditions. And that core mission is what drives everything else that our organization does. And so that is what guides us through all the changing times. We have been around for 40 plus years, and the mission has remained the same. Just, throughout the various things that have happened in the last 40 some odd years. The needs of farm workers continue, regardless of the administration, regardless of the technology. The needs of farm workers continue, and to be able to ensure that there are these partnerships across academic, across community, across national and state, and data is so important, and there's a real lack of data in farm worker communities. And so, but through it all, it's about the community, it's about the farm workers, and it's about us responding to the needs of the workers.
I would agree with all the statements and, thoughts. I would also add that, respectively, it's being human. It's understanding that we're dealing with humans. We're dealing with the humanity of everything. And with that, we also have to realize that knowledge is power, empowering people, providing them with information so they can take the information, process it, and extrapolate what works for them. You can't see a body move forward without having that there for them. And those things perpetuate success because that's what you want. Regardless if you're talking in the tech sector, regardless if you're what grants are available, that is the human factor. We're always taught that we're the embodiment of everything that is nature, all the 5 elements. So we have an advantage if we only open up our eyes and our ears and listen to one another, networking, but it's information, allowing that information to be processed by the people who want and have needs.
Well, we are ending this discussion, but before we close, I just wanted to offer everyone the opportunity to share a closing thought or anything you'd like to leave the audience with before we wrap.
I think you should go ahead.
Lift the bus off of me. No, I want to say I really appreciate the opportunity to share and provide, some sort of information that, you could take back with you, a greater understanding that maybe gives you, the energy or process that I want to know more. I say this too, individually, but broadly. The Native American community, we all represent respectfully our own traditions and cultures. We're not a monolith. The only thing that we share is being under the auspices of the federal government. With that being said, we also have and provide a lot of color to any kind of, whatever you're doing. So if anything, please take back to your respective communities, to your families, an idea that, hey, I know a little bit more maybe about Native American communities and, maybe a thought process, but that's not everything I need to know. Look, find, search, empower yourself, not just for the Native American community, but the communities at large, because the Urban Institute embodies all of that. They understand and they have the wherewithal just by virtue of their history and being in this space. I think everybody here, there's a purpose for you being here, regardless of if it's technology, if it's for a better understanding about community or where we're going. We're all in that same bus. We're all moving forward, but we have to do it collectively.
So this is why I wanted to follow Chris, because he says it so well. So, I certainly echo kind of what you shared and my gratitude for this panel particularly, but also for, the Urban Institute putting together this whole day around digital opportunity and inclusion and ensuring that all communities are part of this discussion, I think is so important. So I very much appreciate that farm workers are part of this discussion. And I certainly look forward to continuing the discussion after this panel is done.
I would say, funding is important, infrastructure is important, but what's most important of all is people, trust, relationships, community engagement, and we lean into that a lot. So focus on that, and you'll be able to, I think you get along a lot further, and watching tractors on YouTube is cool.
I will double click on that. Well, thank you very much to the Urban Institute for having us all here today. Thank you to my wonderful colleagues for inviting me to join this panel to moderate it. And would you all please join me in thanking our awesome panelists for the conversation.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, I'm at that stage where to see you, I need my glasses, but to see my notes, I need to take them off. So I'll be going back and forth. I'm doing the dance. So I'm Selena Barrios-Milner. I'm co-vice president of the Office of Race and Equity Research here at Urban. And I just want to thank you all for being with us today. And for everyone joining us online, thank you so much for joining us, for your questions and your engagement throughout the day. I wanted, because we've been here all day, I wanted to remind you where we've been, the journey we've been on together. So we started with the great opening remarks from Sarah Rosen-Wortel and Broderick Johnson, just kind of setting the table for this conversation, reflecting on their time and how far we've come, but how far we need to go together. We were introduced to this wonderful framework that is really the backbone of our report. It might not come up, we don't necessarily need it. All right, it's fine, forget. We know the framework. But we were introduced to this framework by our former colleague, Corianne Scally, that really talks about the different levels towards full inclusion. It's not enough to just have, the wiring and the hardware. You also need the skills, you need the personal devices, and you need to be in a safe community, an online community, to navigate. And so we really touched on a lot of these different elements throughout the various conversations today. In particular, we had the amazing panels and amazing experts that joined us that covered how digital opportunity and inclusion play into economic mobility, how they can help improve health outcomes, and how they can expand opportunity in rural and tribal communities. So we know we have come so far in recent years, and we know we have so much further to go. And while we can go broad, it's really important to go specific. So part of, that foundational inclusion, we need to do more community and place-based interventions to close those gaps that still remain. Because when you look at it in percentages, it seems small, but then in those communities, it's 100%, right? And so we really need to focus on place-based and community-specific interventions. We still need to work on individual connectivity and getting people not just access to subscriptions, access to quality devices that they know how to use and how to leverage for what they need in their lives, whatever stage they're in. And we still need to work towards enhanced inclusion and providing clear training and navigation supports, as well as strengthening the online world for everyone. And we can get there together. What we found through our work here and our incredible research team, which a lot of them are in the room today, is that there's a lot of information out there. It's a bit scattered. And it really focuses on barriers. So we know barriers. Now we need solutions. So there's really an opportunity for us to not just work together, but to measure what solutions are working and how to share them across the community here in the room and the community that's with us online. So we need support for more and deeper evidence building around solutions, not just talking about the challenges. We need more evidence building around replicability and scalability of solutions for different populations and communities. We need to fill important gaps in knowledge about what it takes to get people connected and stay connected to high-speed internet, and how to get over the trust issue, which I felt like we kept hearing throughout the day, the need to establish trust, the need to establish strong relationships and supports to really help close those gaps. And lastly, we need to better demonstrate the outcomes of digital inclusion and opportunity on all the policy areas. We touched on some of them today, but it really applies to all of the different policy areas. And what I found in my own work in the city of Boston and also here at Urban is that, you know, the pandemic sort of laid bare those gaps, but it also allowed us to do some immediate short-term solutions that we can learn a lot from in terms of what worked. We had to do it out of an emergency, but we were able to kind of pilot some ideas that we'd had, or we finally, you know, had the not just the will, but the resources to do some of this work. And so we've learned a lot from that, and I think we still need to catch up our learning, to document it, and to share it widely so we can continue to build on what's working and stop investing in what's not working. I wanted to end with some more thank yous. Love thanking people. I want to thank our incredible partners at Comcast that made this work possible, made this event possible today. I want to thank the incredible speakers and panelists that came from all over the country. And for those of you, I don't know exactly which climates people are coming from, but I'm sorry for the cold. I'm not a fan. I want to thank our incredible research team, our events team, the interpreters that joined us, the catering team, everyone that took such great care of us today here in person and online. We have my colleague Maroki that's been making sure to keep our online audience engaged and making sure that we get to hear their questions. So thank you all for making that possible. And I wanted to end on the work that we've been referencing, the report we mentioned, and the framework I shared earlier is online at urban.org. And you can just look up digital opportunity, and you'll see that, as well as 3 fact sheets that correspond to each of the 3 panels, to just really share some of the research that we've done. Everyone that registered will also be getting those emailed directly. So please make sure and check them out and share them. And lastly, we'll be sharing the recording of the event today in case, you know, you weren't able to take all the notes you wanted, or you wanted to go back to hear some of the great wisdom that was shared. So thank you all so much for joining us today.